Brookhill Soundmaker.
It all started in the Bible, Deuteronomy 28. King James Version, you can check it. We from Israelite. Oh yeah, and it shall come to pass. African slavery was made legal in the Spanish Caribbean in 1501. Slaving our mothers, our fathers, and some lost their lives. Many heroes died during the process. Puerto Ricans are part of Africans. They're trying to tear us apart, brainwash us, but we still Africans. Black is beautiful, it's beautiful. Black is original. Black is beautiful. Hey, yeah. Black is beautiful, it's beautiful. Black is original. Black is beautiful, yeah. Oh, yeah. Our skin is the weapon that they fear. They see us as a competitor, but the long run with the Hebrews from Israelite. Yeah. They're trying to paint it black and red. They're trying to make us lose our way. But we the God-chosen people, we gon' make it, we gon' bring it back home. Africa, we gon' get the throne back. Oh yeah, it's a working process. We black and we beautiful. We strong, we not gon' stop. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Black is original. Yeah, yeah. Black is beautiful. Hey, yeah. Black is beautiful. Beautiful, intelligent. Black is original. Black is beautiful. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm black and I'm proud of who I am. I'm black doesn't mean I'm daft. Blacks are intelligent, hardworking and diligent. Oh, yeah, yeah. Put all the colors in this world together. All that we give you is black. And I'm proud to say I'm black. I'm proud of who I am. They try to isolate us, but we find. They push us to the world, but we still here. Trying to abuse us, we getting stronger. Blacks are exceptional. Black is beautiful. Black is original. I'm so real. Black is beautiful. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. Black is beautiful. I'm proud I'm black. Black is original. Black is beautiful, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Don't forget where you're from. If you're black all around the world,
Puerto Rico.
you're black. Your skin is worth more than gold. Diamonds.
Yeah. It's Clarion.
Tiny Mercado.
And this is your girl, of course, the Talk with Tiny, and today we will be looking at life in a different way. As far as the illusion, I meant to say the illusion is real. Unfortunately, the E did not want to be bothered. You know what I mean? The E did not want to be bothered today. You know, that's just a illusion is real. Whatever that means, right? So maybe we can decode that. I don't know. Let's see at the end of the video. We just never know, you know. Um. So yeah, what a new wave. So apparently, China's playing the second wave again. It started in China again. The first wave started in China. The second wave is now starting in China. And I want to get into that Because there's this little game that they're playing, boy, and boy, oh boy, while they're in the process of playing that damn motherfucking game, make no mistake about this, there's a whole nother wave going on, okay? To the point as where all China, I've been seeing 400, why out of all numbers, 400 Chinese people leave Kenya. Something about that 400, boy, I tell you. So, not only that, let's take a look on what exactly uh, they're they're doing, and I will simply be back with my comments on that, because I think it's ironic that they think that we're just that stupid. Like, I already told everyone in this universe on this channel when I had my conversation with the universe that Chinese people are officially walking zombies, you know? And there's a whole another scenery going on with that that's tied to in New York City, and that I will be talking about later on in the video. Stay tuned for all that. But in the meantime, let's watch the first so-called wave of coronavirus. So-called, like, pay attention, because I'm telling you, I have some pieces in here that, don't forget what they have done to the Chinese people before and what they are officially doing. I guess they haven't gone like full hardcore on their Chinese people, but it seems like Chinese people seem to be setting the stage for America, for the Americas. And as you can see, they thought that they can control little the continent, if you will, and sidetrack the whole scenery. But there's just so much going on with these beasts. So without further ado, let me go ahead and I will be back with my comments.
This is the Xinfa Fresh Food Market. It is one of the biggest markets supplying China's capital, Beijing. And it is here that this outbreak of coronavirus cases is centered. It is now on lockdown. They found traces of the coronavirus, according to state media, on chopping boards used to cut salmon, and officials here in China saying that the strain of this coronavirus looks like it's a European strain, though they're still not 100% sure as to the origins of this virus. But we've had now nearly 100 confirmed infections, and that is by far the biggest outbreak of coronavirus cases in China for at least 2 months. Officials plan to test about 10,000 people linked to the market over the next few days. The authorities are taking this very seriously, of course. Police and paramilitary forces ringing the market to prevent anyone from coming in or going out. We've had 20 residential compounds around this area that have been locked down. Many businesses in the Chinese capital now telling their employees to work from home, and there are heightened security restrictions as well in many parts of the city. People here are deeply concerned, so you've started to see people staying at home. There's been less foot traffic around shops and shopping malls. And it's a real test of China's ability to contain this virus and to prevent a second outbreak.
I want to say about that is how they're trying to set the stage and act like, oh, well, everything China does, just watch us, America, and you can do the same thing with your people. Like, they are literally, and that's one thing that I noticed, because if it came from there, I mean, hello, they're trying to set an example, and they trying to, like, lead the way of whatever we do, just do. And as you can see right now, there is going to be some moments for some people. Okay, the whole stage about this is you're not in control of this. They are not in control of this. You understand? And I want you to understand this, because the power of the Most High lies in all of this. Okay, it's the will of the Most High. It's not in the Most High Yah's will that people shall perish like that. But the Most High is dealing with his own as a whole nation, and they do not skip a punch or they do not skip a beat. They suffer the consequences. As you can see, other nations are being used to torture and tantalize the disobedience. Okay, and that's out of the will of the Most High. And I have to look at it like this, because this is plague season. Now, do I condone what they're doing to get there? No, I don't. Do I have control over that? No, I don't. Um, but only the people that are allowed to see are pretty much allowed to see. Because this is a blind walk for many, many people. I mean, like, how many people are deceived? How many people are sleeping slumbers? How many people are just a walking dead? You know? And they don't stop. They don't stop. In spite of all of that could have humbled you, to the core, where if you reach your core limit, you may want to go a core a wave back. You know what I'm saying? Like, step it all the way back. Humble yourself. Jump back in a humble position. Repent. But people, that's not the case with people. They did not take the first wave serious, so they say the second wave is going to be even more detrimental. Even though, what's really, really, really alarming for these Gentiles and these beasts of the fields and these serpents and um, heathens, these pagans, as you can see, the past is here to haunt them. The past is haunting them now. The past is haunting them now, to the point where they have to take down monuments. They have to try to get away from the truth, because the truth is, they know that prophecy is coming to pass. They know that they know they played a horrendous part in torturing. They know their part. They know their part. But the Spirit of the Most High is all in control of that. So however you was born, the Most High made you that way for a reason. And the fact that, this illusion that, people, everyone is human, everyone is this, everyone is that. They play the little religion game. Uh, they take the lies and not the truth. That's how this world is. They rather take the lies than the truth. It's pretty much where we at. So now that you have come to your conclusion, now that you have come to realize that everything is according to your works. How many of us have come into the knowledge, and then there's many of those that are still out there deceiving. And because the oppression is so deep, we still try to take bits and pieces from one another and try to relate to that. Now, that's a good thing. People want to unite. People want to unite. How hard is it? How easy is it for people to unite, right? To want to do the right thing. Unfortunately, there's always going to be that dark cloud. They are going to fulfill prophecy until Gentiles are done trotting over the land, until prophecy is fulfilled, we will be like this, you know. And it's since you want, and many people want to be technical, many people want to be religious, but they will never read the book the way the book is supposed to be read. And that is a big problem. It's very problematic. Because you have so many, you even have new illusions growing, I mean, like, and they trying to stick it, like, right there, like, and the saddest thing is that, people, they will ask me, well, what book are you reading out of? And I'm like, what? What do you mean, what book am I reading out of? I'm reading out of the same book that you claim to be a religion, a part of, or whatever. Is it you in it? I don't know. But how is it that when you read, you come up with this interpretation? How do you know? You've been, you got the wrong misconception. You've been easily led astray. And I just want to redirect you. It's what we should be telling each other nowadays. But 90 times out of 100, and this is sad to say, 90% will reject this knowledge. And guess what? 90% will be wiped out. So here we are. Oh, by the way, this is a divine channel. You're not here by mistake. This is a divine appointment for you. Feel blessed. Feel like the Most High got a special message for you. Especially you. And that's why I don't keep no traffic on this channel. So when you do stumble over it, oh baby. Well, this is not about this is about energy. This is not about being famous. This is about energy. Collect your wisdom and go. Run. Pick this baton up and run this race. Period. They come in here and they even try to troll. It's not about trolling. It's about taking heed. It's about, like I was doing a video on a whole nother channel. And the girl, only thing she could notice was my seatbelt. She said, what's wrong with your seatbelt? I said, what you mean what's wrong with my seatbelt? Why you only focusing on my seatbelt? You mean to tell me you missed the whole message just because you was looking at my seatbelt? Are you serious? People know how to waste time. Every second in your life should count for something. Every second. And that is a data collecting command. A data collecting command. Your mind should be operating faster than a stupid machine, than a stupid robot. You have the power to think. And that is power. A thought is power. People don't want to think anymore. They put your asses on blind road between dumb and blind. Okay? Now, folks, I tell you what. I have some extra stuff to tell you. Okay? Apparently, in New York City, we have some in the meantime, let's hear about how.
Hey fam, welcome back to my channel. Thank you all so much for coming back. How is everybody doing? As for me, I'm fine. If you are coming by my channel for the first time, you're welcome as well. This is Virtue Grace. Have you subscribed? If you've not, click the subscribe button and the bell beside it. That way you will get notified each time I upload new videos. So go ahead, Thank you so much for subscribing. From this story, I find it very amusing, honestly. And the story is that Chinese in Kenya first issued a threat to the government that they were going to leave Kenya. Then they eventually filed for an order from the court to let a rescue flight come to Kenya to evacuate them back to China. So when I saw this story, I laughed very hard because first, when the coronavirus pandemic got to Africa, I think that was in February, there about February, March, a plane landed in Kenya amid the lockdown, and that plane was carrying hundreds of Chinese into Kenya. Now, Kenya has been, responding to the COVID-19 situation in the country as best as they can as a country, and the numbers are still quite reasonably low, even though some people are saying the numbers are high. The number is about 3,000 confirmed cases thereabout, and about over 1,000 recoveries and about 100 losses and all. But those, of course, are people with underlying health conditions. So the Chinese fight for an order to let them go back, and their reason is that Kenya does not have the facilities to handle the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, so it's increasingly becoming risky for them to live in the country, so they want to go back to China. I'm like, seriously? So a judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya eventually secured an order directing the government to allow the plane from China to come and lift their Chinese nationals out of Kenya. So the reaction from Kenyans has been that of good riddance, and some are saying they came on a mission as Trojan horses, they've succeeded, the coronavirus has spreaded in Kenya, so now mission accomplished, they want to return back to base. So you see, it's very funny, and a lot of the Kenyans saying good riddance are citing reasons that there's been a lot of brawl between Kenyans and Chinese living in Kenya. The series of stories of inappropriate behaviors of some Chinese in Kenya, with the racist actions, inappropriate or unethical work practices, discriminating against Kenyans right there in Kenya. So a lot of those stories, which have been shared several times on even YouTube here and other social media. So Kenyans are happy that finally they get to leave Kenya and go. So if COVID-19 has come as a reason for a lot of these Chinese to leave Africa, a lot of Africans are happy and welcome it as a good development, as a good riddance. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, while the Chinese in Kenya have secured an order to go back to China, in China, in Beijing precisely, the government has issued a fresh lockdown order as a result of the new confirmed cases of coronavirus in that city, Beijing. So you see, it's really not safe anywhere, and compared to China, the numbers in Kenya are relatively low, just about 1,000 confirmed cases out of a country of over 4 million people. I don't think that is a big deal. But you see, for me, I find it quite disturbing that even here in Nigeria, a lot of countries have been evacuating their nationals from Nigeria. We are talking about Israel.
Welcome on board Historic Flight 30.
And as you can see, they are out here tripping. They getting ready to trick your ass again. And shout out to those who are awake, what I'm saying? Big up to you. So China's debt trap has turned this African country into a laughing subject, is what the Africans are saying. And I'm keeping up with my fellow brothers and sisters. Because at the end of the day, the struggle to fight these beasts of the field is not a game. Now, even though the natives, listen, even though the natives got their own problems in their own land, is what we dealing with. You understand me? It's what we need to understand. Damn! Big problem. These beasts of the field here, these Nazis, calabareras. Coño. Chacho. Me cago en la otra. Nazi calabareras. They don't stop with the MK motherfucking control. MK control. You know? They don't stop. You know? And, I mean, listen. So I have some other stuff.
Good rising, brethren. This is Big Judah coming to you guys from California. Before I begin, give all praises to the Most High, Yahweh. Acknowledgement to the earthly mother, who is wisdom, who is the Holy Spirit. Acknowledgement to Yahweh Shai. Prayer to the Most High blesses this lesson this evening. Gives more knowledge and understanding of the events of the past in order to understand the events that are currently happening on the earth. So we get a much better understanding of the things that are soon to come on the earth. Brethren, there's a lot of things going on right now, and we know that we are at the end. We know that the other nations are being brought down low, and the Most High is raising us back up to our rightful positions. Now we know this process is going to be very difficult, and it's already starting out that way. Many of the other nations don't want to hear about the past. Many things have been hidden, so that that history does not help to actually help people to understand what's coming on the earth. You have to understand your past in order to understand what's coming on the earth. And I'm going to read a little bit of here from 2nd Ezra chapter 9. We're going to read verses 1 through 13. And then start to apply them to what is going on right now. So we get a much better understanding. As these things move, as these events continue to move, we get more clarity. One thing I have noticed is from the priests and the pastors, you don't hear them trying to break down prophecy anymore. If you're still stuck on, the Left Behind series, the Antichrist that's, to come, and then you're still sticking on all of those same types of prophecy that has been handed down. See, now the Most High is destroying all of that right now. That's why we know in the Bible it talks about the Most High shows people being pretty much enslaved at the bottom for a 400-year period. The Most High is bringing that out in the news when you hear them talking about how these things have been happening to us for 400 years. That has not happened to anyone else. We all know that the 400 years was not, it has nothing to do with what happened in the book of Exodus. Our people were not enslaved for 400 years. We already know that. So therefore, now you got to go forward and look for a time when we were enslaved for another 400 years. When you find that out, you realize that those are the people of the book. They're making note of that. They're bringing that information out. It's on the news all the time. Now all of a sudden, everyone has a total different view of the same problem. Us being at the bottom for 400 plus years was just a given for a very long time, for the last few hundred years. Now all of a sudden, people want to try to fix the issue, that it will not be fixed on their own. The Most High is coming to do that right now. Let's read a little bit here. 2nd Ezra chapter 9, verse 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the Highest will begin to visit the world which he made. Okay. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. Now, this is very important because this is a future prophecy, and it's talking about how, especially in the uproars of the people in the world, in the whole world, So if you take a look at that 3, therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world. Now, these uproars are happening all over the world. There was never such a time where all the people were in an uproar worldwide. Might have been uproars in different parts of the world. Might have been uproars in the 3 parts. Might have been uproars over here in the chosen land. But now you're seeing uproars worldwide. Everyone worldwide, many people worldwide are now being exposed to the 400-year prophecy, the 400 years of our people being at the bottom, all the things that we have been, subjected to for the last 400 years. Now, all over the world, people are, seeing that. That was already talked about here in 2nd Esdras 9. This was not something that, happened before. When did the whole world recognize our plight? Can you think of a time when the whole world was confederate in recognizing our plight? I can't. So you start talking about the 1492 coming over. They've done nothing but hide everything that's happened to us since they got here. So we know that this is all the Most High. We know that the Most High is the one that's opening their eyes to see what's been done to us. So again, this is really important to make sure you understand this. With here is with 3, okay? With verse 3, therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world. Like I said, you start seeing it all over the place. I'm sitting here looking at these athletes, and they're like, well, I'm going to take a knee now. I'm talking about the J.J. Watt, because someone said J.J. Watt wouldn't take a knee. And he says, you guys don't speak for me, just don't try to make this about the flag anymore. And it's funny because remember now, this is only 2016 where Kaepernick took a knee. And if you look at the pictures, and it wasn't time yet, but he made people Most High exposed these people's hearts. See, in 2016, you still had all the dainties. You had the football season. You had the basketball season. These people wanted to continue with their blessing. So they just were quick to ignore all the things that were happening to us. Fast forward 4 years, in the future, all of a sudden, everyone wants to be down. Everyone wants to, why everybody wants to be down now all of a sudden? Because now they have been brought down low. It's not that all of a sudden they just got a heart, and now all of a sudden, they just barely saw what was happening to us. See, 2016, they still had sports. They still had their weekend activities, still got their parties to go to, still got their, bars to go hit up. Life was still normal. This just shows you how beautiful the Most High is. Most High took away all those dainties. And these people now feel like we did. They felt like, as you can tell them, it's funny listening to them saying that, them being stuck in houses is just like slavery. Which they're about to find out, that's not true. But it's just funny how when they had a lot of the things that they took for granted taken away, then all of a sudden they could see our plight. They could see, how we've been treated wrong. And that's just a spirit that is going on all over the world right now. But now, like I said, you got people all over the world taking down statues, realizing all the things that have happened to us all of a sudden. That's talked about right here in 2nd Esdras 9. Let's read that a little bit more. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. He talked about the 400 years and he talked about how we would come out with great wealth. He's opening the eyes of the people. Let's continue. For like as all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. Everything, the beginning and the end has been, everything has been made that way. But right now, the end is manifest. They can see the end. See, it's the end. That's why they're all of a sudden talking about the 400 years of our plight. All of a sudden, because we're at the end, you can see the end. You can see, these churches trying to open up. You can see how things are changing. You know, the further we get away from March and how everything changed, the more people are realizing that we are not going back. We're not going back to their so-called normal anymore. Okay, so the end is manifest right now. So even so, the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works, and endings in effects and signs. We get a lot of signs. Still getting more blood moons coming. We got that blood moon coming on July the 4th. We got many other things and signs in the sky, you know, that are letting us know that we've come to the end. And everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land. So they're going to see the salvation in the Most High's land. That's a very important point right there. You're not getting raptured over to the so-called Middle East. We're going to see salvation in our lands and within my borders. For I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. Many of us have been sanctified from the beginning. That's why we're still here in these lands. We did not run to another place. We did not run over somewhere else. And we also know that many people have been scattered. They're going to be brought back to the lands. That's why it's so important, you know. So we don't have some people trying to run. We know that the Most High is going to, you know, produce many wonders here in the lands. And if you look, you start to see all these signs. Actually, you know, blood red rivers, signs of comets shooting the sky in Australia yesterday, earthquake place. You know, things are going crazy everywhere. But the Most High is going to take care of his people in his lands, okay? Let's see. For I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. That's a whole predestination. So when you start looking back at your lives and the people that have been brought in and out of your lives, or the people that are brought in late in your lives, is because they've been predestined to be where they need to be at the correct time. Then shall they be in a pitiful case, which now have abused my ways. And they that have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torment. So people who have, you know, not listened to the Most High, not listened to the people. You can easily see this right now. We've been pushing this truth for a very long time, many of us. And before, when things were going swimmingly for everybody, they could care less. They could care less about our plight, care less of all the things that we've been going through. But now that those dainties and everything have been taken away, now all of a sudden, you know, they want to try to work things out. And you can see even the people that look like our people. You can see the ones that are not trying to fight for the people, not trying to, you know, they're trying to pretty much still fight for the system, still fighting for that almighty dollar, still thinking that they're going to have an opportunity to, you know, hey, and when things get better, we're going to go back to school, or we're going to go back to this, we're going to go back to that. Things are not going to get any better. The Most High gave them their run. Just like I said, he gave it like kind of like last call in 2016 for you guys to recognize the plight of my people. And the vast majority of the people could have cared less. They wanted those last few years of fun and ignoring our plight. So like I said, you don't see a whole lot of people trying to disprove the information that we've been bringing out. They have not been trying to, prove that all the things that they've been teaching for these hundreds of years are true. They just try to ignore. Well, the time of ignoring is coming quickly to an end. 10. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me. See, the vast majority of the world has received the benefits, the money, the time, the opportunity, but they receive these benefits on our backs. They received all these benefits and these great things in the society on our backs. Now I'm seeing like a lot of police officers are trying to resign because they're not getting all the benefits that they had before. Remember before, you can never even say anything negative about something that happened to a cop before someone would try to make an excuse for them. Like they have a terrible, they have really tough jobs or they have families to go home to. you know, and so when they would shoot us down, they would make excuses for them again and again and again. All of a sudden, people aren't making those excuses anymore, and a lot of these police officers are now upset and they're quitting their jobs. I saw a story about the whole SWAT team, and Florida got upset because I think that the police chief took a knee with the people. It just shows you how it's not an us against them. You know, that's not how it should be. It shouldn't be either you're 100% for the police, or you know you're not, or you just hate them. That's not how it is. But see, that's how society has pretty much pushed that whole narrative this entire time. So that now when there's pushback against what the police officers do, they just say, you know what, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Just see how you do without any police officers. You know, things like that. And it's like, it shouldn't be like that. If right is right and wrong is wrong, if someone makes a mistake, that's why you keep saying it, you know, a few bad apples. You know, it's only a few bad apples, but like I saw on social media, it says you guys forget to see the rest of that. Was a few bad apples spoil the bunch. They don't finish the whole saying, and that's the whole thing. Few bad apples spoil the bunch. If no one's going to say anything, no one does say anything, they just want to get all upset and quit and whatever else. That just lets you know that, you know, what's been going on before when when no one wanted to look at our plight. They would just make excuses for the fact that, you know, for these people shooting us down and killing us and getting away with it. But now the Most High is changing that. And he's going to continue to. But these, you know, these and many others have received the benefits, you know, but they have not known the Most High. Just because a court says that you're not guilty does not mean that the Most High is going to agree with that. Doesn't mean that he's not, you know, the whole society is made of excuses to not have to pay for the destruction of our people. And just because, you know, the courts here and the people here have done that doesn't make it so and doesn't make it right. That's why, you know, they do all these things to us and hold themselves not guilty. That's why the Most High has to come back. Why do you people think that he's coming back and he's so upset? You know, you read the scriptures and he is upset. Why is that? Because his people have been getting destroyed and no one has done anything for his sheep. Let's look at 11. And they that have loathed my law, while they had yet liberty, and when as yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it. You've been getting your signs for a very long time about the Most High's chosen people. There's been plenty of people who've been making videos and talking about how
This is the Shinfa fresh food market.
And that you need to walk away from the idols. And like I said, last call, 2016, when you're bringing that to attention, all of a sudden, all these people in high positions had nothing to say, just like today. You got all these owners of all these teams who are just keeping quiet.
Yes, I know. But anyhow, so apparently this is going on in New York City, and I want folks to understand that this is horrendous. So let's take a little peek at this.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Represent NYC election coverage, brought to you by Manhattan Neighborhood Network in partnership with the League of Women Voters of New York State. I'm Ben Max, executive editor of Gotham Gazette. You can find our work at gothamgazette.com. We're pleased to bring you a debate in the Democratic primary in the 65th Assembly District in Manhattan. The primary is happening this month of June with early voting.
Okay, so we have some pictures here. I think that's really disturbing, and we will be highlighting things for 2020 that I think that's really alarming. Also, I will be going back to this
Underway already from June 13th through the 21st. And primary day is June 23rd. All eligible Democrats can vote in this primary and many others across the city for state legislature, Congress, and more. And there are a small number of primaries in other political parties. Also, because of the coronavirus pandemic, the governor issued an order allowing all eligible voters to vote by absentee ballot in this month's primaries. So take advantage of that if you prefer. The 65th Assembly District includes parts or all of Lower Manhattan neighborhoods, including the Lower East Side, Chinatown, South Street Seaport area, the Financial District, Battery Park City, and it also includes Governor's Island. There are 150 assembly seats across the state, and the assembly is the lower house of the state's two-house legislature, which also includes the state senate. All 213 seats in the legislature are on the ballot every 2 years, so here we are this year. There are two candidates seeking your vote in the 65th Assembly District, Democratic primary, and they're both with us here over Zoom. Joining me today is the incumbent Assemblymember Yuh-Line Niou. Thank you for being here. And her challenger is business owner and activist Grace Lee. Thank you for being here. The format of this 30-minute debate is as follows. Each candidate will have up to 2 minutes to answer each question and about a minute if there's rebuttals needed or some open discussion after each candidate gives an answer. Some of the questions I ask will try to have an open discussion after each candidate gives an initial response. There will also be a lightning round towards the end of the debate where I'll try to ask a series of yes or no or short answer type questions just to try to give voters even more information about your positions, proposals, and approach to being an elected member of the state assembly in this fairly short amount of time that we have. We're not doing opening statements, but at the end of the debate, each candidate will give a 1-minute closing statement. Also, candidates, just so you know up front, as we reach the end of your time to answer, I'll try to just say a gentle thank you and then give you a few more seconds to wrap up before jumping back in to move things along. And I also might jump in here or there during or toward the end of an answer to ask you for clarification or specifics if something seems a little confusing or vague. I'll try not to do that too much, but don't be surprised if I kind of jump in and just say, can we have an example or what do you mean by that? Please don't interrupt each other. You can always spend the beginning of your next turn responding to something that you previously heard from your opponent. I'll alternate who answers first, though it won't always be back and forth like that because we don't want to get into a set pattern with just two candidates of somebody always getting to go first. So let's get started. For the first question, we're going to start with Ms. Lee and then go to Assemblymember Niou. So we want to talk about experience first. Ms. Lee, why are you seeking elected office and what experience makes you the right candidate to move this assembly district forward? Go ahead.
Thank you, Ben, for giving me the opportunity to be here today to share my vision with all the voters in the district. My name is Grace Lee. I'm a small business owner. I'm a community activist and a mom of 3. And then for the last year and a half, I've been fighting a toxic cleanup site across my daughter's school in the South Street Seaport. A developer purchased the lot, and we learned that it was the former site of the largest thermometer factory in the country, producing over 600,000 thermometers a year. That's a whole lot of mercury, and there are no laws to protect children from sites like this. So my mom friends and I co-founded a parent-led coalition called Children First to help call for the highest degree of accountability by our state agencies and the developer involved in this project. Through this, I saw a lack of proactive action by our state legislators to fight for this community and decided if they're not going up to Albany to fight for our families, then somebody else has to go up to Albany to do it. But now, I never thought that I would be running as a candidate in the middle of a pandemic. We're facing one of the worst public health and economic crises of our lifetime. I'm a small business owner. I have an economics degree from Columbia, an MBA in finance, and I believe this is the type of experience that we need right now to help pull us out of this crisis. I am a 20-year resident of New York City. I was here on 9/11. I was here during the 2008 financial crisis, and I was here during Superstorm Sandy, living in zone.
This heifer, 20 years, only been in the damn United States of America, 20 years, and she wants to be a communist elected official. Are you crazy? New Yorkers cannot be this docile. That motherfucking part. almost broke a fucking nail, but I put my own nails on. Shout out to me. You know what I mean? Shit. They cannot be that docile. You feel me? Like, bitch, if you don't get the fuck on, look at her slanted eye ass. Bitch, I can't even take her ass serious. Now listen, she just one of them type of bitches that probably was born here and went back to her country, because that's what the Chinese motherfucking people do. Okay? And she became a communist, and then she came back to the United States. Now listen, this does not make me like fucking Republicans. I am team me. See, one thing about me is I'm going to tell you about the Democrats. I'm going to tell you about the Republicans. That's just me. And I think this is a bunch of bullshit because New Yorkers, I mean, but what the hell? If they let AOC become congresswomen, okay? If they let them congresswomen, them crazy ass Democrats, what makes you think that? And then check them out because they're not the only ones. There's a whole nother Chino. I'm gonna call his ass Chinito. Mira, Chinito, cabrón. Look at this shit. They calling me like I gave them my number.
Hello.
Hey.
You're right. You know, last night, you know, I was working your profile. You know, this thing. You're talking about, you know, the people. You know, you are insulting. So I like your page. You know, definitely, man, definitely. You are telling the truth. You know, I'm your friend, but you never reply me. I'm in the Gambia, but I like your this thing. You know, the way you talk. You know, your videos I follow. You are telling the fact. You know, yeah. You right. I write to you. I say righteous woman. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
My name is Lamin. I'm in the Gambia. But all the black people, all the blacks, you know, in the US, we like to see them in the Gambia. Gambia is a smiling coast of Africa.
Right. That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah. So what's your name, though?
My name is Tiny.
Tiny. Yeah, one of my friends, they call Little Tiny in the Gambia. You know, me, I'm working as a tourist guide at the industry hotel area.
You a tourist?
But not
you
tourist guide.
You a tourist? What you do? You take the people around? You gonna show me around?
Yeah, tour guide. That's my job. That's my profession in the Gambia. We visit the natures and the hyenas and the hippos, chimpanzees. Yeah, we normally go to the up countries, you know, called Georgetown. If you Google Gambia, you will see all that, you know.
Gambia is
Gambia
is real beautiful.
I want to very beautiful, and the Gambia is a smiling coast in Africa. You know, we are friendly and we like to see different people from all over the world. You know, so but American people, they don't come to Gambia much. But you know, we are one family. Black Americans, you know, that time, you know, they do demonstration. We like that one, you know, because you know the nonsense must be stopped. You know, for how many days, you know. Malcolm X, you know, Martin Luther King, and you know,
yeah,
Kunta Kinte slavery things. You know, we have a slave house, you know, in the Gambia here. You know, Kunta Kinte, James Island.
Yeah,
I do take the tourists there, but the black people, if you put them together with the whites, they were nearly to fight in the boat. Yeah,
that's the Zulu, right? Shaka Zulu.
Yeah,
That's the Hebrew tribe right there. Shaka Zulu. The Hebrew.
Yeah.
The Hebrews.
Zulu.
They call them the Hebrews. They call them the Hebrews. The Hebrews. The Hebrews. The Hebrews. Yeah, history is really, and it's really beautiful over there too. You know.
Yeah. We have a lot of places to visit in the Gambia. We have a crocodile pool also. These crocodiles are smiley crocodiles. You know, you can stroke them and shake hands with them. Because there is a special guide can assist you for you to have access to second with the crocodile in the Gambia. It's only the place, you know, you can do that.
Right.
So we are looking forward to meet you kind of people like you guys, you know. You come over the Gambia, you know, when the coronavirus end up, you come one of the Jamaican, we are in his compound, you know. We are renovating, you know, painting the round hot doors, you know, and windows. we are in the nature, lovely natures here. Just
Right, 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 right. That's what's up. Well, listen, I'm actually on a live. You on a live? You on a live with me? You called me right in the middle of a live. I was doing a live on a whole nother quiet channel, divine channel, and stuff like that. But thank you for calling me. I'ma holler back at you, okay? Hello? Oh, okay, yeah. So that is people's, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be spread out everywhere, you know. Gotta gotta be spread out everywhere because if you only on one channel, they will easily knock you down. So you gotta be everywhere, everywhere with the truth. And it's so important, you know. Yes, I am popping in Africa like boom 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 boom. Yes, in Africa. Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia. Shout out to everyone. You know, because everyone is lost in this information, but people are learning. Those who know, they know the truth, you know, and those who don't are learning. So, shout out to those who are very open minded, and shout out to those who are in taking this data. Shout out to those who are fighting this good fight because the road is being, uh, you know, it's going to be straight. It's going to be straight. Don't go left. Don't go right. Is what I'm here to say. Now, back to these fools right here. So she's 20 years here, and she's got all this, she's all these so-called slavery uh, tools, if you will. Okay? And she's gonna use them. Look at her. I just can't even take her serious. So we got a little information about her. So I want to hear from the other.
With a 9-month-old baby. I understand the urgency of this crisis. New Yorker. On the reform side, what's been happening in the streets has been inspiring, but also has weighed heavily on on all of New Yorkers. And it's a long time coming to be calling to fight the systemic racism that exists in our city, state, and country. The way that we've seen the NYPD militarize against peaceful protesters, denying them their right to peacefully protest, to their constitutional right to freedom of speech is unacceptable. And, through this process, we are, as well as...
One thing is for sure that I did say, and I'll say it again. I said this side would be the side to fight for freedom of speech, First and Second Amendment, and they always trying to they always trying to abolish the Second Amendment, right? Because they're dangerous. One minute they want it, the next minute, but when they see how it's affecting them, and that how, and the thing is, the gun carriers, the ones that are armed, the ones that have the permits to carry, and they are the ones censoring people. They are the ones shutting you up, are the Republicans. So as you can see it, now I'm not gonna say that I've seen this before, because it's been a while. But I know when they come together, when it comes to something, they will take a stand for it. You know what I'm saying? They will fight. And the Republicans got guns, but now they all got guns, so they will kill each other. Okay, so let's go ahead and see her over here. Let's see who
NYCHA, billions of dollars in our budget. I kid you not, funding NYCHA.
There's so many different things. Obviously, we're not going to get to. There's only so many questions we have in a half an hour. But is there one or two priorities?
Then they always got the LGBT. Look at him. He looked like a demon. Like, no shade. Like, you could just see the demon in his eyes. Like, you could just see the demonic force in all of them. Like, they so empty. They're like freaking clones. They're like, I don't know. Like, they they, in their mind, they think that they are something, but they're not. You're so damn demonic. You know? Look at this.
Priorities on topics that we haven't gotten to in this discussion yet, and we still have a little bit more time, but not much. Are there one or two other priorities, whether it's related to immigrants, housing, homelessness, NYCHA, other issues where you want to make sure that voters hear you during this debate say, these are two of my other priorities? Go ahead.
So I have been working at the forefront of fully funding NYCHA. Everybody knows that, you know, I've been the person who has been carrying that letter, making sure that we are getting funds for our, we cannot not talk about the fact that everything is
and they should not serve as that.
$6 billion.
And right now in the budget, places where we absolutely need to be investing more money. So, you know, I'm happy to, you know, see more out of that.
Ms. New?
So I actually think that, you know, we have passed a lot on the state level. Obviously, Repeal 50A was a really big piece. We've been trying to make sure that we are doing criminal justice reform, obviously, but there's also things that we haven't done, like halt solitary. We need to make sure that we are halting solitary confinement. We need to make sure that we are, you know, stopping that horrible loitering law that is out there, which we call the Walking While Trans bill. I think that it's really important that we pass these pieces of legislation and others like it to really kind of dismantle what our system is like and really kind of rebuild into a more fair and just society. I think that right now we are seeing, and I say this all the time, again, I feel like I'm repeating myself all the time because I talk about it, but our systems are not broken the way that people say they're broken.
And she said, I say this all the time. That means her ass was doing a Candace Owens. I'm telling you, pay attention to that. They're empathyless. Like, they just look like a bunch of creeps. 3 creeps, you know what I'm saying, on my screen. Get the fuck off my screen. Like, I had enough of this shit. Get the fuck off my screen. I'm just so over it. You know? I really am. You know? I really the fuck am. He's funny as shit right here.
Ratchet, yeah. Sassy, moody, nasty, yeah. Acting stupid. What's happening? What's happening? I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, bougie, rich. I'm a savage.
Yo, he funny as shit.
It's the right time to be with the one you love now. Play a song, Marvin.
Period. You know? And this lady right here, she did it big. Child, she did it big. She spoke that shit. She spoke that shit. Okay? She set some new rules, some new laws. Y'all go check this out. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving y'all an idea of how I'll be sharing information, and this is the same shit they've been doing.
Better turn around, Yum. Hey, don't come back! Don't come back! What? Don't come back! There's a new boy corner with
Come on, Yum. We were riding down this block, and these white people start saying, "Get out of here, niggas. You know, get out of my neighborhood. Don't come to this neighborhood." Then they start hitting on her. Throwing rocks and everything else. Throwing rocks. Because we were in their neighborhood.
We went on a bike hike to McDonald's. We didn't mean to bother anybody.
We had a nice
We saw a
time
parade, we
down
saw
there.
a gathering, so we went down there to see what was happening. All right. I mean, we didn't bother anybody. We weren't looking for trouble. I never even know people around here were like that. I've never experienced anything like this in my life.
What happened to you?
Nothing happened to me, but this little boy, short boy about my size, or little short, had picked up a rock, and he was in the front of all these tall honkies. But he threw the rock. He tried to hit my sister, but he almost hit me about that much away from me. And I sure wish he had hit me with that rock. I would pick up the rock right next to me and hit him right dead in his face. They always say niggas are doing everything. They always say we're doing everything, right? We didn't, every time the white people come down the block, we don't push them out their neighborhood and throw rocks and start hitting them. We don't bother the white people around our neighborhood, but when we get in a white neighborhood, they just push us out.
Yeah. Everybody with us says it's with nothing, you know, they were a piece of dirt, dogs. I mean, that's the way you treat an animal. I mean, God, we're human beings. You don't treat other people like that. It's just wrong. Black, white, I don't care. A person is a person. Skin should have no bearing on how you treat a person. That's just wrong.
I hate their goddamn guts.
You know, I can't say that I hate them. I can't say that it's totally the kids' fault. I mean, I'm sure their parents had some bearing on the way they feel and everything else. I think it's just the system. I don't know. I can't say that I hate them because I don't hate anybody.
Do you forgive them?
No. No. Can't take back no hurt. But they gonna always do that. They always spit on us like we some dogs. They always gonna do back that. On them. Ain't nothing gonna change.
Fast forward. What is this? Hello? Anyway, so that's what we're doing today. And hello, my dear. Oh, my credit was finished, but some shit. No, I'm good. Anyway, so back to these creatures, you know. And shout out to me. Shout out to me. I'm out here. Shout out to me. You feel me? Shout out to me. Okay. Period. Shout out to everyone. But listen to this.
The chief of the Atlanta Police Department is out. Less than 24 hours after a deadly police shooting, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has accepted the resignation of Chief Erica Shields. It comes less than 24 hours after a deadly police shooting in southwest Atlanta. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeff Hullinger.
And I'm Faith Abube. A police officer shot and killed 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks outside of a Wendy's on University Avenue in southwest Atlanta. It happened last night around 10:30 p.m. Witnesses in the drive-thru recorded the shooting. You're taking a look at one of the videos there, and so far thousands of people are sharing the videos online, including high-profile Metro Atlanta attorney Gerald Griggs. One of the police officers shot Brooks after a struggle with the officers. Brooks got a hold of the taser and started running before that shooting. Mayor Bottoms says she reviewed that footage and then announced her decision this afternoon.
Chief Shields has offered to immediately step aside as police chief so that the city may move forward with urgency in rebuilding the trust so desperately needed throughout our communities.
And again, Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields has resigned from her position. Mayor Bottoms says Chief Shields will remain in another role with the city of Atlanta. And Rodney Bryan has now been named interim police chief.
He has been with the police department since 1989 and also has been involved in corrections. Now, the mayor also says that she is asking for the immediate firing of the officer who fired the shot that killed Brooks. We have team coverage of this developing story tonight, including the responses from city officials, leaders, and the family of Rayshard Brooks. plus how the community and activists are reacting to all of this. Let's go first to Hope Ford. She is at City Hall with the very latest from the mayor about the police chief's resignation and the disciplinary actions for those officers involved at that Wendy's.
Yeah, that's right. Mayor Brooks says this was the third time this week that she has spent the day reviewing body camera footage. Now, she says that the video that she watched obviously shows the officers trying to arrest Rayshard Brooks, who then is seen tussling with the officers. And then Brooks appears to run away, or he does run away. And she says the video shows at one point that he appears to turn over his shoulder and fire the taser at one of the officers. And that is when the officer shot him. Now, I want you to listen to exactly what Mayor Bottoms said she believes after she watched that video.
While there may be debate as to whether this was an appropriate use of deadly force, I firmly believe that there is a clear distinction between what you can do and what you should do. I do not believe that this was a justified use of deadly force and have called for the immediate termination of the officer.
And when we're talking about she reviewed the video, that is the body camera footage that we're talking about. Now, the other officer seen in the video, he has been placed on administrative duty. And Mayor Bottoms said that as far as the resignation of now former Chief Shields, Shields offered her resignation and the mayor did accept it. Of course, now we know Rodney Bryant is now the interim police chief, as a nationwide search is going to take place for a permanent replacement.
All right, Hope Ford outside of City Hall. Thank you, Hope. Now let's go to Doug Richards. He is at the Wendy's where all this happened on University Avenue in Southwest Atlanta. Protesters are gathered there now. And Doug, we understand the GBI has released some new video of this incident from about 10:30 last night.
True that, Jeff. This happened, as you said, in the parking lot of this Wendy's here. And there were several sources of video. There was cell phone video, there was body cam video. But the GBI director, Vic Reynolds, says that some of the most compelling video was from the surveillance cameras at the restaurant. This was a man suspected of DUI who police say grabbed a police taser and fled. And before we show the video, we'll let Reynolds describe what it shows.
Well, it does appear in the video that he is fleeing from the Atlanta police officers, that as he's fleeing, he turns back over his shoulder with what appears to the naked eye to be this taser that a witness has told us they saw the individual have that belonged to one of the officers. And as he turned it over, you'll be able to see on the video the Atlanta officer literally reached down to get his service weapon. And as he gets his weapon, Mr. Brooks begins turning his body away from him, I presume, to flee. And it looks like that's when the discharge of the weapon goes off then.
So there are blue lights on the left side of the screen. You will see a man run to the right with two police officers chasing him. It appears that the fleeing man turns. You even see a small flash that may or may not be the taser firing. And then it ends very quickly with the man mortally wounded from a police gunshot. This video or portions of it are available also on 11alive.com. Reynolds says that the video will be digitally enhanced and then turn over as part of an investigative package to the Fulton County District Attorney for steps that that agency may want to take in this case. Jeff, back to you.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that. As you can imagine, we have reporters all across the metro covering this. We want to go live now to Latasha Givens, who's also there at the Wendy's where we just heard from Doug. And she's been there all afternoon speaking with the Brooks family. And Latasha, what are they saying?
Well, Faith, this is a very emotional time for the Brooks family. As you can imagine, a lot of them were gathered here this morning, and it became a very emotional moment because there were a lot of tears and protesters were hugging them. The size of the crowd has changed throughout the day. If you look behind me, you can see the protesters who are here now. They were here within minutes of those shots being fired last night. And when we spoke to the Brooks family this morning, they tell us Brooks was a husband and father who was simply going to get something to eat and did not deserve to die at the hands of police. Here's some of our emotional interview with Rayshard's cousin.
I've watched this on the internet, from the whole George Floyd situation to us coming together like we're doing something. And this whole thing landed on my doorstep with my little cousin. I seen the video. I just think for me, the most hurtful thing for me is to watch the video, wake up and watch that video. And I got 2 little boys. They see the same video. That's their cousin. That's what hurts so much. I thought Atlanta was higher than that. I thought we was bigger than that. I just want to make enough noise that they investigate this situation. That's all I want. Investigate the situation. Don't let Rayshard die in vain like that. We don't watch this happen so many years with the young black boys around the country just dying in vain.
And we also spoke to attorney Gerald Griggs, who also leads the Atlanta NAACP. He says the city needs to admit there is a problem with police brutality. Here's some of that interview.
Another police-involved shooting in this city. And we've said it before and we'll say it again. Atlanta has a police brutality problem. It didn't start with our dear brother, Mr. Brooks. It goes back all the way back to Katherine Johnson, all the way back to Corey Ward. And the city has to address this, that Mr. Brooks should be the last one in Atlanta. If the mayor is serious about dealing with this, she needs to speak to this family, and she needs to make sure that we have concrete policy changes that reflect the needs of this city.
And as we mentioned at the top of the show, Chief Shields has resigned, and protesters say they plan to stay out here tonight. They're gearing up for a larger protest happening here tonight at 8. Some of them have expressed concerns about all the streets leading to this intersection being closed. We're not sure if those streets will remain closed or if they will open back up before then. Faith, Jeff, back to you.
All right, Latasha, thank you so much. And there's another group of protesters that are gathering right now near Centennial Olympic Park. Hundreds of people already there. Previously planned protests for today are now adapting and responding to the shooting that happened within the last 24 hours here in Atlanta. We have John Sherrick, who's live for us right now from Centennial Olympic Park. And John, what's the mood here, considering now that we have an officer-involved shooting that's affecting the city directly?
Right, there is an added sense of urgency, if that's possible, to everything that's been going on over the last couple of weeks. The crowd was filling this intersection until just a moment ago, and they began to march again down Marietta Street. I asked several people in the crowd, what do you think of the mayor accepting the resignation of the police chief? Many people said, well, change has to happen and change needs to start from the top. Others said, go further, fire all the command staff. Others said, what about the officers, supervisors? What responsibility do they bear in all of this? And many people said the mayor needs to take the next step to defund the police, as they put it, and by that they mean redirect money away from the police department to various social programs that they believe will help the community and prevent crime and ultimately make the communities safer. I'll tell you what we don't see here. We don't see a huge police presence. Just a few police officers down on Marietta Street, basically helping escort the marchers down Marietta Street toward 5 Points. I think that's by design. You know, they've had a big show of force so many of these nights the last couple of weeks. And I believe they are certain that a show of force is not necessary right now to keep the peace. They believe they want to give these people all the room possible to exercise their First Amendment rights. Back to you.
John, thank you. Meanwhile, the Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard said in a statement today that his office is launching its own investigation into the shooting. He also is asking the public and any potential witnesses to contact his office if they have any information. Mr. Howard recently charged 6 APD officers for their involvement in the tasing and arrests of 2 students during the protests downtown 2 Saturdays ago. At the time, the move was condemned by Police Chief Erica Shields, who called it political. At least 2 Atlanta City Council members stopped by the scene today to talk with protesters and air their frustrations. Mara Siriani has their story.
Laxity, or sagging, is the #1 skincare concern among women over 40. So it's easy to see why collagen creams have become increasingly popular in recent years.
Yeah, I hate this commercial.
Within hours of the shooting, word of what had happened here in Atlanta was trending on social media. City council members reacting to and very vocal about video.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am joined by our interim police chief, Rodney Bryant, and also Captain Price of the Atlanta Police Department. I want to provide a couple of updates for you. Beginning with a string of recent deaths involving people who are experiencing homelessness in the city of Atlanta. Since June 1st, we have had shootings involving 3 people, and I want to provide what details we do have around those shootings. This morning, a woman was found shot to death with multiple gunshot wounds inside of a tent at Pryor Road and Rawson Streets in southwest Atlanta. The suspect was described as a black male, approximately 5'10" to 6 feet tall, 170 to 200 pounds, and I know this is a very general description. Last seen wearing a dark ball cap, a long sleeve white t-shirt, dark jeans, and carrying a drawstring type backpack. We are also asking for the public's assistance in identifying anyone in the area on Friday morning, June 12th at around 9:40 a.m. Where units were called to the area of 300 Ted Turner Drive on a report of a person who had been injured there. On the scene, officers discovered the body of an adult male who had suffered from at least one gunshot wound, and this was under the I-20 overpass at Windsor Street. And I'm sorry, those are 2 separate. I'm going to have Captain Price clarify these locations for you because I have Ted Turner Drive and also under the I-20 overpass at Windsor Street. Also on Monday, June 1st at around 1:40 p.m., officers were dispatched to Baker Highland, the Baker Highland connector northeast at Piedmont Avenue, to another person who had been shot as well. Again, we know that the first 2 incidents have been linked, and we suspect that the third is also related, and we are continuing to gather information, but ask for the public's help in providing any additional information that you may have. If there are any surveillance camera video footage, or if you were in the area during any of these times, we ask that you provide that information. And again, I will have Captain Price clarify the times and the locations. We are also working with our continuum of care and our service providers to help ensure that we are communicating with our homeless population in the same way that we have done in other emergency events, to make sure that the word is out and that they are also on high alert. I again want to publicly express my condolences to the family of Rayshard Brooks and update you on additional actions that I am taking today on behalf of the City of Atlanta to address many of the issues that over the past few days have become abundantly clear are problematic within the City of Atlanta. As many of you all know, over a week ago, we announced the creation of a task force, and this was in response to President Obama's challenge to cities across the country to take a proactive look at our use of force policies and to make recommendations. That task force convened for the first time last week, and we anticipated having initial recommendations within 14 days, with community input and final recommendations within 45 days. On Friday evening, we saw the murder of Rayshard Brooks. And as I've said before, I am often reminded of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. There is a fierce urgency of now in our communities. And that fierce urgency of now says that while our advisory committee continues to work to make recommendations to help us implement and review all of our policies in the city of Atlanta, it is clear that we do not have another day, another minute, another hour to waste. And so as we look forward to receiving their very thoughtful recommendations, and I appreciate their work, in the interim, I am signing an administrative order, a series of administrative orders today, calling upon our Chief Operating Officer, Joshua Williams, to coordinate with the Interim Chief of Police, Rodney Bryant, to immediately adopt and implement reforms of the standard operating procedures and work rules of APD concerning their use of force policies. Specifically, these reforms must comply with state law concerning the use of force, and they will include addressing APD's officers' response to resistance, generally and specifically regarding the use of deadly force, in accordance with the principle that officers should use only the amount of objectively reasonable force necessary to successfully protect themselves or others, to effect an arrest or to bring an incident under control when dealing with members of the community, suspects, detainees, etc. Also requiring de-escalation generally and specifically prior to the use of deadly force, in accordance with the principle that officers should use de-escalation techniques to gain voluntary compliance and avoid or minimize the use of physical force, and to continuously develop, update, and train officers in de-escalation techniques. Also requiring the reporting of all uses of deadly force by a police officer to our Citizens Review Board, adopting and implementing a duty to intervene, whereby if a police officer sees another officer using force which is beyond reasonable under the circumstances, that they are duty-bound to intercede and prevent that use of force, and must immediately report the use of such force to an on-duty supervisor, and also provide lawful restrictions on when an officer may use deadly force toward a suspect who is in a moving vehicle. We understand in Atlanta and across the nation that this is the beginning of a great deal of work that lies ahead of us to make sure that we are doing all that we can do to protect our communities and to follow the principles that were set forth by the Obama-Biden administration on 21st century policing. It's very clear that our police officers are to be guardians and not warriors within our communities. We stand on the strong legacy of civil rights in this city and in this country. And it's for that reason I am also signing an additional executive order that will hopefully allow us, as we continue to grieve and show our frustration and anger as a nation, that will create the framework that will allow us to move to action. And in an effort for us to develop a succinct appeal for human rights, I am signing an administrative order that will convene a body to begin to succinctly articulate our grievances and what we see as our solutions. We hope that this will be a framework in Atlanta and possibly the nation. The actions that I am taking today are a continuation of the criminal justice reform efforts that I began at the beginning of my administration as mayor, which have included the elimination of cash bail bonds in our city, meaning if you get stopped for a traffic ticket and you don't have $200 to pay, you don't stay in jail simply because you are poor. It's also meant that we have asked our City Council to reallocate a significant portion of our corrections budget towards community-based programming, because after we closed our detention center to ICE, it gave us an opportunity, along with the elimination of cash bail bonds, to begin to reimagine and to begin the work to transform our city jail into a center of equity, health, and wellness. And I believe that it is more important than ever that we continue that work in earnest. As we continue to work with our Advisory Council on the Use of Force, we expect our first recommendations by June 24th, with final recommendations by July 24th. And it is my assurance to you that we will continue to do the work that we need to do to make sure that all of our communities, each and every person in our community, is treated with dignity and respect. We saw the worst happen on Friday night with Mr. Brooks. It angered me and it saddened me beyond words. But I know that it is my responsibility as mayor of this great city for us to continue to work to put that anger and that sadness into action. And so this is the first of a series of actions and steps that we will take. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of our community stakeholders so that we can begin to heal as a nation and as a city. But as someone who has experienced the sudden death of a loved one, I know that there are no words and no actions that will ever bring them back and will ever fill that void. But I do hope that the public and all of our community partners know that there is a deep and abiding commitment on behalf of this administration to make sure that we're doing all that we can do so that another child does not miss the opportunity to have her father present on her birthday. So with that, I'll take any questions that you have, and I'll also turn it over to Chief Bryant and to Captain Price.
And that is so deep. Oh my goodness.
So let me just say, based on what we saw happen on Friday, it became abundantly clear very quickly that there is a need for us to take an immediate look at our training policies. So some of these policies, in my opinion, while we are speaking these policies, they are not necessarily integrated into our training. I'm going to let Chief Bryant speak in more detail on the difference on what our current standard operating procedures are and what the difference will be given this administrative order.
Good afternoon. Based on the policies that are being set by the administration and the police department, the alignment are very close, but the executive policies are actually a little bit more detailed, and there are a few more requirements as opposed to the standards that we have currently. Right now, there's no defined indication that one has to intervene in an act, and that executive policy does spell that out directly. You're now seeing that throughout many police departments. I'm going to that model based on what we saw happen in the Floyd case, where officers have to now intervene with other officers when they see something that may not be appropriate. Well, and as well as for us to, being that this is an executive policy, for those policies to change, generally what you have is a policy that is created through the police department, and we have the authority to change it as we deem fit. But an executive policy requires us to go through the mayor's office and have that level of conversation before we can change that policy.
And I'll just add something to that. Part of the debate in looking at the shooting from Friday night was that training, is that how our officers are trained? If someone has your taser do our policies then allow you to respond with a weapon? And so again, as we are taking a look at our use of force policies through our advisory committee, it is abundantly clear that through my executive powers, we need to reiterate our desire that there be de-escalation and that there not be an immediate use of force when there are other options that are available. And to the extent that we need to codify that, and to the extent that we need to formally change our standard operating procedures, this executive order, this administrative order is a first step. While the City Council will not need to be involved, from my understanding, with our operating procedures as it relates to our police department, but as it relates to anything that needs to be codified, certainly that will have to go through the legislative process and approval. You know, just like with the officers who were previously charged, that's a decision from the district attorney's office. What's before me is working to implement policy and to change our operating procedures in the city of Atlanta. That decision was an independent decision made by a separately elected district attorney, and I'm sure in the same way this decision will be made. But I have said this privately to the district attorney, and I will say this publicly: we have other use of force cases sitting on the district attorney's desk, including at least two with men who were shot in the city of Atlanta, and we have not gotten a response or a path forward on those cases. So if it is his will to take a look at this case and go forward with criminal charges, it's just my request that he look at all of our use of force cases that are still pending in the district attorney's office so that we can offer some finality for those families as well. The morale is bad right now. My understanding is that it's really bad, and understandably so. It's bad across the country because of what's happening across the country and the scrutiny and focus and a lot of the anger and frustration that's directed at our police department. And I don't think Atlanta is any different. And I think you layer on, you know, I spent Saturday afternoon looking at body cam footage. This is the third time in 2 weeks that I've spent the better part of a day looking at body cam footage related to excessive use of force. So it is bad. But what I will say to our officers is that there is a shift of expectations across this country, and that shift will be no different than here in Atlanta. And I think in the long run, it will be better for the men and women who work within our Atlanta Police Department if we are very clear on what our expectations or policies are, so that they can also be clear in return as to how they are to police and partner with our communities. And I can't say this enough. We have a police force full of people who work each and every day alongside our communities. They are a valued part of our communities. They are greatly respected within our communities. They volunteer at our Police Athletic League with our kids. They volunteer at our At Promise Youth Center. But clearly, the fact that I am standing here speaking about the shooting and killing of a black man who was sleeping in a drive-through restaurant shows that there is a significant disconnect, and it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we address that disconnect. And I would just say it's in the same way at some point in the nation we had to look at how we dealt with domestic violence cases, how we dealt with sexual assault cases. It is the same evolution, I believe, that police departments across this nation will have to take as it relates to racial interaction between our officers and how we police in our communities.
Shit crazy. Shit is real. It is pop.
You know what I will say is my anger and my frustration matches theirs. The difference is that I am using the bully pulpit that I have as mayor to effectuate long-lasting change in this city. But I am equally, if not more, concerned. I'm equally mad. I am sad. The entire range of emotions. To watch Mr. Brooks on Friday night talk about wanting to go home for his daughter's birthday. It breaks my heart. And there is nothing that I can say and that I can do as mayor that will bring him back and that will change what happened on Friday. But what it does mean is that I will continue to try each and every day to make sure it doesn't happen again. And what I will also say, and this is something that Carolyn Long Banks said to me, who was a part of our city council for many years and was also one of the organizers of the student movement in the 1960s. She said, stop calling them protesters. They are demonstrators. So we have to be careful the language that we speak. And by and large, we've had peaceful gatherings in this city. Burning down buildings will not get us change in the city, because if anything, it is going to erase the message, and it is going to eclipse what this is all about. And the Wendy's that was burned down, 40 people from the community who worked inside of that Wendy's, a minority-owned Wendy's. And we also have pictures that we put out of the young woman who burned down the Wendy's. And we also have a reward for her arrest, because the reality is, and I heard Joyce Shepard say this today, this is a food desert that we're standing in. That's one of the few fast food places in the entire area. So not only is an employment center gone, but also a place that somebody can go and get a salad is now gone. Those are the things that the demonstrators need to think about and call out the violence on our streets. People are frustrated. They're crying out, I'm frustrated. But there has to be a better way, because we saw it. We've seen it before. We saw it with the civil rights movement, and we saw the change that happened in this country. And it did not happen by us burning down our own communities and our cities, and it's not going to happen that way today. All right. Ryan, it broke my heart. I mean, I lost my father at 24, and I still cry about my daddy. And I would venture to say, when I saw him run, if you all haven't watched the entirety of that body cam video, he talked about his daughter's birthday. And the first thing I thought when he ran was that he probably didn't want to be locked up over the weekend. And I know that because I know I've had family members in that position. They get locked up on the wrong day for something stupid. It didn't have to end that way. It didn't have to end that way. I mean, it's you know, it pissed me off. It makes me sad, and I'm frustrated. And nothing I can do is going to change what happened on Friday.
Okay? And I'm going to leave that right there. Right there. you know. And then I was wondering, what is going on in Chicago? Why are the Ludovic Chabad Khazarian mobsters so obsessed with Chicago? Oh my goodness. That's the whole nother topic and another conversation. But I'm just going to give you a little soundbite, and I'll even put a link on this one. Matter of fact, let me do it now. Matter of fact, no, I'll do it after the video. This right here is watch this.
To be able to deal with all the situations we're dealing with. But I got something that I have to address specifically tonight. And that is why I have come before you. First of all, I'd like to bid a good evening to all of the members of the NFAC that are on here who have followed instructions and taken down the NFAC logo. You don't want to fly the logo right now because Instagram is using that to shadow ban you. If you're using the InFact hashtag, they are shadow banning you. If you're wondering why you're not getting my notifications, because I'm shadow banned. So a big shout out to all of the members. I know who you are. And when I get to the end of this session, I'm going to give you the location for the Black Guns formation. No, we're not going to do a march. We ain't marching nowhere. But we are going to get in formation, and we are all going to be on one accord, and we are all going to be open carrying, and we all going to be strapped to the 9, and we all going to be dressed in black, and we all going to be masked up, and we all going to show them we can get on one accord. We don't have to be a meaningless mob. Matter of fact, if we can do this, we can do just about anything. So stay tuned for the details. I will give you the location. And if you decide that it's not robbery for you to travel to that location, I myself will be there with the NFAC and the council. Y'all haven't met the council yet, but we will be there in this particular city to form the largest black open carry formation that we can create. And we might take a stroll, we don't know, but I know one thing, we're gonna be in the place to be. So y'all stay, please don't go nowhere. I'll tell you that information later. I know y'all want to pull them things out. It's your constitutional right to be able to come out and bring your things out. And we do it decent and in order because we not fucking around. Tonight, I want to talk about something, and I don't know how to really get into this, y'all. So I bid all of y'all a shalom. I bid you assalamu alaikum to my brothers in the nation, and I bid everybody else peace and blessings. So glad y'all don't mind taking a few minutes out on this late night edition, Facts Over Feelings. Tonight's topic, 50 Shades of Black. That's right, 50 Shades of Black. Where am I going with this one? Well, if I were you, I would punch my ticket and take a seat because I need to get through something first before I can deliver what it is. 50 Shades of Black tonight. 50 Shades of Black. Somebody said, I didn't know it could be 50 Shades of Black. I mean, if you honestly think about it, when I say black, what I'm really referring to is not so much a color, but a concept. I'm speaking to all melanated creatures on earth. If you have melanin naturally in your skin, if you have melanin as part of your chemical makeup, then you are one of the 50 shades of black. And the reason I say black is because the word Kemet means land of the blacks. So therefore, I'm just calling you black because they did. Don't get mad at me and don't get into no etymological argument with me because you don't really know what to call yourself because they did such a good job at erasing who we was. So I hate seeing people trying to argue with me about who they think they are. Bruh, bring me the facts. Bring me the facts, and then I'll line up with you. But don't come at me with all that mystical, well, we don't know who we are, because you know what? See, I'm a different type of teacher. I'm both. I'm like Peter. I will bless you in one breath and cuss your ass out in the next one. See, I'm not Hollywood, I'm neighborhood. Understand what I'm saying? It was written. Speak to them in a language that they understand. My folks understand me perfectly clear. So when I go from 0 to 100, then back to 0, it's because, see, he made me that way. I got more than one gear. You know what I'm saying? I can speed up and slow down, you know, put it on cruise control if I have to. Just remember, this is what happens, y'all, when they take real brothers and give them the true knowledge and put them on a true path. Not for they self, not for likes, not for popularity, not for girls, but for they people. Some of the same people that got so much to say ain't gonna step up there and gonna take a bullet for nobody. They too busy trying to be cute. I see you. Now, 50 Shades of Black. Before I can talk about and unpack 50 Shades of Black, I first gotta set the tone for you. I gotta set the atmosphere for you. Because the 50 Shades of Black in a certain environment, it's not a problem. But if you put the 50 Shades of Black into this particular environment, a strange thing starts to happen. And big shout out to all of y'all who just joined. If they don't notify nobody. Go and let your friends know he's back up on the airwaves again. We facts over feelings. Tonight we 50 Shades of Black. So the first thing I got to do is set the mood. And listen, big shout out. And I do see all of the DMs that I'm getting. Everybody is asking me for some of the books that I normally give out. You know, normally if you're a student of mine, that we've already been taught why some of these books are no longer available. Not our fault, but because the Roman Empire decided to hunt down certain books and destroy them so that you wouldn't even know that they ever existed. And some of them did do just that. They fell completely out of existence. And nobody even thought that they existed anymore until 1947, when they dug out the Dead Sea Scrolls. They started to read them and they go, wait a minute, this is the stuff we took out. Oh my God. And then they had to go back and get the stuff they took out. And they're like, oh my God, we done brainwashed people. They gonna figure this out. No, the hell they ain't. You gonna lock that in the Vatican. Ain't nobody gonna see it. Otherwise, we gonna lose control. But y'all know that loose lips. Y'all know somebody can't keep their mouth shut. You know you can buy just about anything if you got enough bread. Y'all understand what I'm saying? If you truly want to know the truth, you might have to pay some loot to do it. The truth is free that I'm going to give you. I ain't asked y'all for a dime, but don't think that I got it free. That's why once you get your hands on the truth for real, when you read it, you'll be like, I got to tell somebody about this. Because when your eyes are open and you start looking at how asleep everybody is, it will blow your goddamn mind, because you really have to sit back and say, damn, was I asleep like that? And you was. So for all of the people who are reaching out to me, listen, it's the first book of Enoch, with Yahweh's name restored. If it doesn't say with Yahweh's name restored, it is a fake. It is a forgery. It is a rewrite. It is something that they took because they knew that it would destroy what they've already built. So they went ahead and gave you their interpretation on it, or some bullshit like that, or just outright lie. So if it doesn't say with Yahweh, Yahudah was name restored, then And you're not going to find it in Barnes & Noble. And you're not going to find it at Cokesbury or none of these little books. You're not going to find it that way. If it was that easily findable, I wouldn't have no reason to be sitting up here talking to you. Come on, y'all. You got to dig a little deeper than that. And then you'll find out something interesting. That if you want a copy for real, you got to make it yourself. And that's some dedication for you, ain't it? As a matter of fact, speaking of the book of Enoch, with Yahweh's name restored, I think I'm gonna, if I apply that to the topic of what I'm talking about tonight, I would probably drop in somewhere, and y'all know I got a photographic memory, please stay with your boy, but somebody pull out their copy and keep me honest. But somewhere around chapter 91, maybe somewhere around 91, 92, there's a conversation that's going on with Methuselah. Y'all know who Methuselah was. They talk about Methuselah in the slave master's Bible. You know Methuselah lived to be 900 and some years old. Well, that's interesting, because this same character is right here in the book of Enoch. I'm somewhere around chapter 91, verse 2. It says, then Methuselah went and summoned his brothers, and having summoned them, he gathered his family together. And then Enoch stood up to speak to them, of their relatives. He's speaking to the children of righteousness. That should be y'all. He says, hear all you children of Enoch, the talk of your father, and listen to my voice of uprightness. Now listen what he said. He goes on to say that you will not socialize with hypocrites. He's not talking about us right back then, talking about us right now. Come on, a lot of y'all know y'all socialize with hypocrites. Let's just be real. Come on now, let's just keep it 100. Y'all know some people. They talk real strong, but then the minute something happen, they the main one doing exactly what they was criticizing. You're going like, what? The biggest hypocrites of all is the police. The police would tell you straight to your face, look, we're here to protect and serve, and then turn around and do the exact opposite. And then lock your ass up if you do the exact opposite to them. Now, if that's not hypocrisy, come on now. Come on. But anyway, if I get back into the book, somewhere around 91.5, listen what they say to set the tone. For I know that the state of violence will intensify upon the earth. A great plague shall be executed upon the earth. All forms of oppression will be carried out, and everything shall be uprooted, and every arrow shall fly fast. Let's back that up a second. Did y'all catch the line? A great plague shall be executed upon the earth. Now, even though we out here dealing with racism once and for all, even though people sick and tired of looking at slave masters and slave catchers and statues and shit carved into mountains, even though we sick of all of that, there's still supposed to be a pandemic underway. This is the strangest pandemic I've ever seen in my life. You know why? Because if you study the Spanish flu of 1918, it was horrible. I mean, they got pictures. This shit was horrible. I mean, it wasn't just people dropping dead like they was over in Wuhan. You had motherfuckers out there doing the irka jerk, convulsions, couldn't motherfucking hold themselves together. They look like some shit out of a goddamn horror movie. They're laying on the bed. And ain't nobody trying to help them because there's too many people sick. And then the people who working on them, they suddenly turn sick. The shit was crazy. And it happened 3 times. It didn't happen one time and it went away. It happened one time. They locked everybody down. Everybody came back out. The shit came back new and improved. It mutated. So even when they thought they had it beat, it came back was like, well, okay, you closed that door. I'm coming through that door. And it was devastating. Yet this COVID-19 that's supposed to be so devastating that they want to stick shit up your nose and put a chip in your arm and mandatory vaccinate you and start, doing all this FEMA shit. We've been out in the streets rioting and tearing up shit and, protesting. And matter of fact, protesting is like, that's your job now. I believe we're going to be protesting until they actually do something about the police structure in the United States. They can't throw a bill at it. They can't apologize enough. They can stop all of that. Y'all don't get it. The American people, matter of fact, people around the world, they mad at they police too. But y'all got to come up with something different. Otherwise, we're going to end up going back to the way it was back in the Wild Wild West. Self-policing. See that? Y'all listen. They never wanted to teach y'all this. There was a time when we just self-policed. Okay? If you got busted in the ass, you got busted in the ass by the person that we agreed had the authority in the neighborhood to handle that. But what we have now is a system in place where people who don't live in your neighborhood know nothing about your ways. They don't like you no damn way. And that's because we can get into the story of that. But at the end of the day, they coming in your neighborhood. And a lot of them, and I said this earlier, I'll say it again. Y'all go and look at that picture of the Ku Klux Klan marching down Pennsylvania Avenue back in the 60s. It was thousands of them. They made a gigantic cross, a white cross. Where are the robes? Where did they go? I don't see them in no thrift stores. I don't see them in no Salvation Army. You know what they did? You had to trade one in to get your police uniform. You had to trade one in to get certain jobs you got. You had to trade one in. You had to pull yours out and bring that down to the brotherhood so they could be like, okay, we know for a fact you one of us. Because I damn sure can't find them robes nowhere. And they damn sure didn't burn them. So where do you think they are? So until they dismantle the police structure, don't worry. Let me explain something to you. It will be just like when the police is on strike. When the police is on strike, yeah, shit still happen, but it ain't chaos in the street. America could survive them tearing down the police force, firing every goddamn body, abolishing the laws. We might have to line up the fraternal order of police on the wall and make them niggas quit at gunpoint. You ain't got no job no more. That shit ain't working no more. If we might have to do some stuff like that while we come up with a different system, I believe that nobody should be able to police in your neighborhood that didn't grow up there, period. I don't want to hear nothing else about that. If you ain't grow up around here, how you going to enforce the law around here? You ain't paying no dues around here. You ain't walking no blocks around here. So how you going to come up here and try and muscle me? I mean, that's just keeping it fair. But Let's see what the government do. And then on top of that, I'm going to say this right here. Y'all don't understand the reverse psychology they playing on y'all. As long as you play the vote game, you're giving them power over you. You see, if you don't, listen, this is going to sound so crazy. If you don't vote, they have no power. It don't mean I didn't vote and you do what the fuck you want. It mean like, I ain't playing that. The only reason the system works is because you give it power. You take away, listen, if 18 cops show up and there's 500 of us out there, as long as we continue to play the game of them being the police, they got a little bit of pull. But the minute we throw that shit out the window, no, that's 18 motherfuckers that's about to get fucked up by 500 people. Because it only works as long as you give it energy. And right now, the energy that's in the air lines up specifically with what was said will happen when we go back to 91:5. It says, for I know that a state of violence will intensify upon the earth. A great plague shall be executed upon the earth. 50 Shades of Black. All forms of oppression will be carried out and everything will be uprooted and every arrow shall fly fast. That means we're going to be at war. Listen what he said. He goes on to say when sin, oppression, blasphemy, injustice, crime, iniquity, and uncleanliness, when it increases, then a great plague shall take place from the heaven above, and the Kodesh sovereign ruler shall emerge with wrath and plague in order that he may execute judgment upon the earth. And in those days, injustice shall be cut off from its source of succulent fountain, from its roots. Like, y'all ain't listening to me up in here. Y'all ain't listening. Y'all ain't listening. So I wanted to set the stage because this is that time. This is that time. This is the time of the woes. Y'all know about the woes. Oh, come on now. Even in the Slave Master Church, they teach a little bit about the woes. But over on this side, where we actually read the actual texts, where we see the actual scriptures themselves, it goes a little deeper than that. It probes deeper. It says, woe unto you, for your money makes you appear like the righteous, but your hearts do reprimand like real sinners. This very matter should be a witness against you. That's in 96:4. Y'all don't know the old scriptures? 96:5 goes on to say, woe unto you who eat the best bread and drink wine in large bowls, trampling upon the weak people with your might. So all y'all who balling right now, yeah, it's okay that you write a letter every now and then. We also, you put a statement out to the press, but you sitting on billions over there. You could come into the community and make a massive difference. You don't need to get no coalition. How you think you got there? But you don't understand that, well, you lining up with the scriptures. We ain't got the 50 Shades of Black yet, y'all. Woe unto you who carry out oppression, deceit, and blasphemy. There shall be a record of evil against you. They saying that everything keep on doing what you do. They making a record. They making a record. It's going to be held against you. Now notice they talking to the powerful people. Matter of fact, in 96:8, it says, woe unto old powerful people, you who coerce the righteous with the power, the day of your destruction is coming. I'm just reading what's here.
And they be so scared. So let's go ahead and see something real quick. Oh my God. It's so finally decoded. Hold up. Because there's a few of them. There is a few of them. And but this one right here is a whole nother one.
I'm just telling you, the Grail's name is a frequency. So wherever you plug it in, you're going to figure some things out. Now, what I noticed no one caught, never brought to my attention, was the Watchman symbolism in the case concerning George Floyd. Right away, you know what you're looking at. It lets you know who's in back of everything. In 5 clips, I could have showed you the whole psyop. So this is no doubt a psyop. I'm just telling you, the Grail's name is a frequency. So wherever you plug it in, you're going to figure some things out. Now, what I noticed no one caught, never brought to my attention, was the Watchman symbolism in the case concerning George Floyd. Right away, you know what you're looking at. It lets you know who's in back of everything. In 5 clips, I could have showed you the whole psyop. So this is no doubt a psyop. When I saw that picture right there, I said, this is a psyop. It just is. You don't have to be a genius to get it. Gorgeous smile. George equals gorgeous. Pink equals radiation. Watchman Gabriel. All right. Floyd, Lord, Elohim. All right. So they were also stuffing in an insulting ceremony for the people they're going to kill. So they like to play around with words and stuff like that. So he's pretty much Gorgeous Floyd. Right. You saw his name. So it's Gorgeous Lloyd. Right? Gorgeous Lloyd. Lloyd sounds like Lord. So then you keep going. You figure it out yourself. Floyd is Lloyd. Lord. Gorgeous, Pink, Floyd, Angel, Gabriel. Comes out to 312. All right. Then you could change Floyd to Elohim. Radiation Prince. Radiation Prince. The numbers are going to prove it. Okay. Now, if we're right, things should line up. We always test our info. What does it say on the screen? What does his name come out to? George equals smile. He's holding a round yellow ball with a smile on it that looks like an Orthodox Jew. So you put George Floyd died in the calculator. What comes out? The Watchman Gabriel. End of breakdown, right? It's exposed. Okay? It's all about the Watchmen, the X gene carriers. I don't care if you don't believe me. I know I'm right. Gabriel is Prince and Watchman. All right? He's Prince and Watchman. It's going to be a Chicago ceremony. All right? It's going to be a Chicago ceremony. Right down to the Watchman who gets crowned for doing his job. Now, symbolically, Gabriel is the prodigal son. I mentioned that in the previous video, correct? 2 or 3 times. George Floyd, I am the hidden prodigal son. Crown J, right? The bloodline of Jesus, which is the radiation blood. Israel's true king is a watchman. It's that simple. George Floyd, Gorgeous Floyd, Gabriel, right? Put it in again. Goes down to the true king. The prodigal son is the king, people. He's the gamma absorber. He's King David on the run. He's the one that needs some protection. He's the guy in all the movies that doesn't remember who he is and gets popped beside his head and then remembers, right? All right, 610s in 2018. Raish and Saab going as planned. The Economist Phoenix Rising. When you look at the Economist magazine, you actually see 610s. All right? But you also see 2018. Let me show you what 2018 is about real quick. All right, let's go over 2018, The Economist magazine. All right, and The Economist magazine has about 1 million breakdowns on it. You put 10 in 6 times because you see 10 6 times right away, right? The word folk comes out to 10. Thank God for truckers. Ironically, he's posed in a truck. King Ephraim, Jai Johnson, Ark of the Covenant, Fallen Angel, right down to locations he's in the 708 in Chicago. All right, I watch the number because the numbers matter. All right, now look at the 234. Micaiah is coming for Gabriel because he's an RH negative Christ blood. All right, Grail blood actually records everything. All right, it's very important concerning the war and accusations concerning the fallen. All right, Chicago, Illinois goes down right to 2018. The Economist magazine. What happens in 2018? Micaiah visits David. There's a prophet in Chicago. Jahi will be crowned in Chicago. 312. And people always ask me, what's so special about Chicago? The numbers are rendezvous points, the location points concerning time travel. All right.
Don't look at me like look, don't shoot the messenger. Did you get the message? So I'm trying to paint the picture of the time that we'll be in. Because see, people say, well, times have never been better. Really? Let me help y'all out. Did y'all forget that we just came off of a quarantine? Did y'all forget that your job just ended just like that? Did y'all forget that we got more people out of work right now than there was during the Great Depression? Did y'all not see today they announced that we are officially in a recession? I will say a depression. Did y'all see the headline that there are now food shortages? Here come the famine. Did y'all not see this? All these things are happening right now, right as we speak. So all I'm doing is putting some things on your mind, because the very first thing that's supposed to happen for my folks that's actually readers, you know that it says self-indulgence of the rich. That's how it all starts. Look, okay. Let me take y'all through the book real quick. If you got your book, go to chapter 98. And you in chapter 98, drop down to verse 2. Somewhere around there it says, for you men shall put on more jewelry than women, and more multicolored ornaments than a virgin. I didn't write that. In sovereignty and in grandeur and in authority and in silver and in gold and in clothing and in honor and in edibles. They said edibles. If I had said edibles 20 years ago, nobody would have knew what the hell I was talking about. But I say edibles today, and every last one of y'all know what I'm talking about, even if you ate one by mistake. I was at a party the other day. I'm sorry, I got to go ahead and put this out. I thought they were Skittles. Nobody told me that they were actual Skittle edibles. I'm just by the handful, just taking them down. And all of a sudden, I had to turn to my boy, and I'm going to keep it 100. I didn't even know how it happened. I just said, you know what, bro, I am up. And he was like, yes, me too. And we hadn't smoked a thing. It was edibles. They're mentioning that in the ancient scriptures. It says, for this reason, they are devoid of knowledge and wisdom, so they shall perish thereby, together with their goods and together with all their splendor and together with all their honor. I mean, in other words, he don't give a goddamn who you are or what you got or what you think your role is in life. When the shit comes down, it's lottie-dottie everybody. Well, he can't do this to me. I'm so, man. Now that I've set the tone, I want to first let you know that when I break down what I'm about to break down, when I break down the 50 Shades of Black, make sure y'all drinking alkaline water, 9.5, 10.0, energize your system. Get your pineal gland awake so that your third eye is open besides your two eyes I got right here. Now, before I break it down, I have to break something else down for you first. Okay. When I talk about the melanin people on the earth, there are 7.4 billion people on this planet right now. And every human genetically enabled individual, your DNA can be traced back to Africa. Okay? We're going to go ahead and give you that part right there. I need everybody, even the white folks that done snuck up in here that's trying to, cause y'all nosy as hell. Y'all can't never let us do nothing to ourselves. We can't never have shit to ourselves. Y'all always got to show up. Somebody always got to give you a ride. Somebody told you where the shit was. And you have the audacity to show up like there's no problem. Yet if we do some shit like that, if the good old truck tractor pulling boys is having a convention at the fairgrounds and they out there playing, doing dip and all that bullshit, the music playing and y'all driving around in a circle real fast. If one of the Soul Brothers show up, it's like they walk in the club, the music stops. Because y'all can assess in 2 seconds what type of brother he is. Now, if I come in there with tight pants on, some boots and a goddamn belt and a cowboy hat, with a piece of straw sticking up my goddamn mouth, they be thinking, oh, he must be a coon. But if I walk up in there on my Malcolm X, or I walk up in there on my Khalid Muhammad, or if I walk up in there, y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all can spot that look. They don't like that. Somebody gonna ask me, you lost? See, that right there. Y'all take it upon yourself to pull up in our shit, but we don't do that to you. I don't remember the last time me and my boys was riding around like, yo, man, you want to go crash this square dance club? Man, let's go. Never gonna happen. Not for no real bros. And I'm sorry, I got to go ahead and say this before we go any further. I'm talking to real black people. I'm not talking to confused people. I told you we facts over feelings. You got feelings, go get help. Don't bring that here. This is a pro-black page. And if you spectate, shut your damn mouth and sit down and let my folks eat of what I'm pouring into them. This is for them. You just came in. And if you can't handle it, that's why you clicked on my page. I didn't tell you to come here. All right. Only those of the righteous, the elect and the children are here. And it's rough up in here. It's rough up in here. We ain't just here to hang out. There's no small talk going on here. This is where people come to get energized. This is where people come to get hope. This is where people come to find out I'm finally going to have some type of a breakthrough for all the hell I've been catching up in this damn place. And don't nobody want to give us credit. Y'all don't know how hard it is for us to be us. Y'all think it's easy that we just walk around in this brown suit and put up with y'all bullshit. We got our own shit to worry about. We got stuff happening in our own communities we trying to fix. We still looking at trends that's happening that we don't even know how they got started in our damn neighborhood. We losing control of our goddamn kids. Our communities are being gentrified. Y'all want to lock every goddamn body up like for the smallest thing, and then you want to listen. We got our own problems. So the last thing we need is for y'all to start pulling that bullshit again. And this is coming from the core of the black community. We're not out here all on the front trying to high sign, making statements to the press. We don't talk to the press. The press can talk about us. We don't talk to the press. We ain't here for no interviews. Them days is over. That's why I'm laughing at everybody who going through that right now. See, I've been through all of that. Didn't shit change. So we got to try something different. But before we do that, we got to make sure that we're walking in alignment with the Most High. Because he's not going to cover us, and he's not going to deliver us, and he's not going to protect us if we're not doing this with him in the discussion. You understand what I'm saying? We're just pieces on the chessboard. He's moving us around. Don't be disobedient. Don't be the piece that always want to fall over and roll off the damn table. Don't be that one. Okay? Because you still are important. Everybody on here everybody listening to me right now, you serve a purpose. You just don't know what it is.
And the reason why I'm playing my brother right here is because the Ludovic Chabad, K-Zari, and mobsters are totally obsessed with Chicago. Okay? Everything they say and do, their biggest fear is a brother rising up in the word. In the word, cutting it up in spirit and in truth. Oh my goodness! This is the dopest shit. This is why they so obsessed with the 312. They know that if they are in spirit and in truth, and they put a Uzi around their shoulder to fight this good fight, they know that the Most High will grant them. Listen, this is what it is, and I cannot stress this enough. Their biggest fear is us going back to righteousness, going back into spirit and in truth, going back, taking the righteous stand, and beating this fight with the power of the Most High. Y'all not hearing me. And I'm not talking about this illusion that the white man has given you and what they out there teaching on these streets. It's all about the word catching your eye, and your eye catching the word and embedding it in your soul and living it and spewing it. It just becomes you. You are the word. But in spirit and in truth. And they hate. I figured it out and I said, Yahweh, in my mind, silently, by the way, okay? So you just so you can know that I did not think this one out loud. It was in silence. Just me and the Most High. That's it. Every time I watch these videos, I always wonder, like, what is going on with Chicago? Why are they so obsessed with Chicago? And it's because Chicago has the King of David. And this is what the King of David's will look like. I cannot make this stuff up. This is what King David's are going to look like. The bloodline, the reincarnation, everything. Like, it's a natural, it's a whole nother torch. It's a whole nother light. It's the spirit and then it's the truth. It's the spirit and truth. Not the spirit of a Nephilim. Not the spirit of a false deity, a false dispensation. Not a spirit of what they got going on here, this great illusion. They know that if this rises right here, that if this catches on flame, they already know that it's always been about the race war, and this is the race war, and this is the only way to win it. Through the power of the Most High Yah. I'm telling you, if you're walking in righteousness and you have a gun, they will automatically have to fall at your feet. They will kill each other. And that's what's going on right here. The closer we draw to the Most High Yah, is the closer He would draw to us. You can't afford to be living in this illusion, because your reward is the fire. Your reward is the fire, the energy, the strength. You may not see it because it's a spiritual warfare, but when the minute you click into spirit and in truth, and it's like, it's a crazy game, because when you think of all these naysays and the MK control, the sleep and slumbers, so it's just so much going on out there that's against you at this point. When you come into the truth officially, it's like, so the only thing that can and will come the way it has been coming is the spirit, the fire. Okay, and they tell you otherwise, but no, you are watching the spirit, you're watching the fire, you're watching the power of the Most High Yah. Period. You know, and they don't want you to know your power. They don't want you to know, because the minute you go into the power is the minute that the Most High will begin to shake them and break them, and the Satan must stand down, because they are the devil. They are the devil. I'm telling you, white people are the devil. They do the most. They do the most, and they want you to bow down to them. But that's not what we're doing.
That's why they were given certain numbers. Okay, there's no such thing as at least just relaxing, giving out numbers. Watchmen are the security, time cops, portal police, all that. All right, the guardians, gate guardians. That's why he had a security shirt. All the stuff I told you in the previous video you're seeing, they're the watchmen. All right, George was the monkey in Rampage. Was it not? George, the monkey, the security. Radiation Elohim, the security. Radiation Elohim, the security. King David's blood, the American David, the Holy Spirit God. Jai got a coin gene. That's the security. If we can get him, we can move everything out the way. Smiley face, Israelite, human alien, fallen blood. 144X man to the X chromosome, the sisters to carry to give to the brothers. Now you got to put a Y on there too, right? Because the blood makes a Y. It comes out to the other child, the prodigal son. I'm the angel of death. Okay, the prodigal son is the angel of death. That's the one they got to get to. But it's also an X. That's a yellow X-eyed smiley face. It tells you what a coin gene is and who has it. So we could have.
They want that X gene so bad. It's not even funny. They want this X gene so bad. The serpent been chasing the mother and her child ever since. These Ludovic serpents, beasts of the field, Khazari and monsters, that the word calls them dogs. Okay? They know who they are. And they are waking up to their truth. And this is going to get crazy in the end. Okay? This is going to be crazy in the end.
Like, I didn't know what my purpose was, but I guarantee you this. Everything you're going through in life is preparing you for a certain moment that's coming in your life. So if you're still going through something, that's just another tool in your box. You understand what I'm saying? So let me get back into this. I want to say there's 7.4 billion of us on the planet. All right. But I need y'all to understand that tonight, for the 50 Shades of Black, well, I want to talk to the 1.2 billion on the continent of Africa, because that's how many of us is over there. Then we got another 37.7 million that we can verify here in the United States. Then we got another 15 million of us in Brazil. We got 8.5 million of us in Haiti. We got 11 million in Europe. We got 7.3 million down in Papua New Guinea. We got 4 million in Colombia. 3.1 million in Saudi Arabia. 2.7 million in Jamaica. We even got 2 million in Iraq. Now that's a lot of black folks, okay? And just when you thought I was done, I wasn't. There's 1.1 million in Cuba, 1.2 in Peru. There's 1 million in Venezuela. There's 1.3 million in Mexico. Mexico ain't all Mexicans. There's 1.3 million black people there. We got 1 million in the Dominican Republic. I'm trying to let y'all see that y'all bigger than what they want you to believe. We got 1 million in Ecuador. We got 1 million in Nicaragua. We got 500,000 in Trinidad and Tobago. We got 500,000 in Panama. We got 500,000 in Puerto Rico. 1.1 million is between Uruguay, Honduras, Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Bolivia. You roll them up, you got another 1.1 million. You see, we everywhere. Look, you can even throw Israel at me. They got 50,000 in Israel. So come on, we everywhere. So listen, I say that because all those places that I named, all those different groups of people, well, a lot of y'all don't understand that there's history behind why you're where you are and why you're in the current state that you're in. But if you don't know your history, you might even think you was always from where you are. The same way they want a lot of folks in the United States to believe that they brought them from Africa. They brought 100 million people from Africa in a wooden boat where they had no GPS systems, storms raging all over the goddamn place. And they brought all those people here, yet they could never reenact that shit and take them back. Now, I'm not saying they didn't bring some people from over there. We cool with that because the Portuguese slave trade was already running. But when they pulled up, I can start in the Caribbean. The Tainos was already there. 10 million people who was already there. They committed genocide against them. And then they started bringing people in and repopulating the place. Can I teach y'all something? Big shout out to all my peoples in the Caribbean. You know I'm telling y'all the truth. A lot of y'all are transplanted there. Very few of the Tainos are left because the white man exterminated them because they fought back so hard. Now, remember, they came up the coast, Florida on up. There was already a civilization there. There was a city called Cahokia that stretched all the way from Chicago all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. One massive city. They said they had pyramids bigger than what they got over in Egypt. Matter of fact, if you're outside of St. Louis, you can go see the base of one of them. They still got the steps that you can walk up. But they don't teach y'all that in school. They don't teach you about the civilization. They want you to believe that there was some uncivilized savages that was running around that just, y'all got me. I promised I was going to keep my profanity to a minimum tonight while I was teaching, but y'all got me fucked up. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody buying that. Here's what really happened. Y'all showed up. Them people put up a fight. You couldn't enslave them. So then you try to befriend them, but then all of a sudden they realized that you wanted to take their land. So that's where the wars came out that they don't teach y'all about. Meanwhile, y'all bringing people over here from Africa thinking they're going to be so stupid to be loyal to you. That's why you had to keep them stupid to dumb. The reason they didn't want them to know their culture, it wasn't so that because of where we came from. It's because they didn't want you to connect with the people that was already here. And y'all figure this shit out. Come on, y'all got to look at the bigger picture. What do I profit by not telling you who the fuck you is? You ain't going back. But if I know that the black folks from over there might hook up with the black folks over here that's already here. So then you got people saying, well, what about the Native Americans that we got today? You don't know when you've seen two races merge, have you? You ain't never know what the result is, or when you start mixing DNA of certain races, you get something else like a lot of y'all who are mixed kids know. So no, we're not buying that one. But I'm sorry I had to come down the street and rain on your parade because you're only taught from 1619 to 1969. You're not taught about the 400 years before that. You are not taught about the 25 dynasties that existed during the golden age of Egypt. You're not taught about the Sumerian culture in great detail, nor the Sumerian epic. You are not taught about the Phoenicians. You're not taught about any of the places that just have the same names in the United States that have the same name over in Egypt. For instance, if you go down to Carbondale, Illinois, which is where the ground zero was for the big eclipse, the place has another name. It's called Little Egypt. If you go up the street, they got a place called Cairo. I'm not making this up. You go down the street and they got a place called Memphis. But whatever was there, they've torn it all down. They turned it all into farmland. You understand what I'm saying? They ran roughshod over whatever was here because they wanted to possess this land. Can I teach y'all something? It's supposed to happen that way. It is written in the scriptures. And then he says, and then I will take them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, where I will put them on trial for removing my people and dividing up my land. Then they want you to think that what's over in Egypt where the rivers come together. But we got two great rivers here that come together also. The Mississippi and the Ohio River comes right together at Little Egypt. Now, what? Think about it, y'all. Who in their right mind gonna come to America and start naming shit after Africa? Anybody at all? I didn't think so. So, because of that, I had to tell you all of that to make you understand that every place that I just named where there are melanated people, there is a percentage of their blood that is Afro-descendant, and it can be verified medically. Would you like for me to show you what percentage of African blood is in you by the country that you live in right now? Oh, y'all know I'm gonna break it down because I got a global audience. Oh, y'all hold on, here we go. If you are from Haiti, you are 95% Afro-descendants by your blood. If you're from the Dominican Republic, you are 84% by your blood of coming from Africa. Cuba, 35.9%. Jamaica, 92.1%. I'm not making this up. If you're from Trinidad and Tobago, 34.2%. Puerto Rico, 65%. Because they killed the Tainos that was there. You know why it's 65%? Because the people that they brought and dropped off to replace them, after they killed every goddamn body, that's why they had 65%. Barbados is 90%. This is by blood. The Bahamas is 90.6%. The Netherlands is 85%. St. Lucia is 83%. This is by blood, y'all. By blood. Grenada, 91. U.S. Virgin Islands is 80%. Antigua and Barbuda is 95%. Bermuda is 61%. The Cayman Islands is 60%. These are African descendants by blood. You know what's crazy though? Watch this. But Brazil is only 8%. Oh, I got to stop and teach right here. Y'all put y'all kickstand. We're going to be here for a minute. Put your kickstand down. We'll be back on the bike in a minute. Check this out. The word Brazil is Hebrew for bronze workers. If you know anything about the 12 tribes, one of them were bronze workers. As a matter of fact, when the white man came to Brazil, he was shocked to find that people speaking Hebrew. They were speaking Hebrew. And they have systematically injected their DNA into that population to this day, that they have reduced the melanin population down to the point where only 8% of the blood is still African. And they will do that to every society if you let them have the way. All you sisters out here talking about, I love. You remember that shit when you go to a museum and we don't exist no fucking more because you're infusing DNA they're trying to erase you. But y'all don't want to hear that. That's too real for a lot of y'all. That's just too real. But that's what it says right here in the book. So this African blood, it makes us the 50 Shades of Black. The reason I had to say that is because I wanted y'all to understand that when you start asking questions of where do we really come from, they're not going to tell you. How many different models of us was there? They're not going to tell you. They're trying to understand you. When you find out that all melanated people come from the same place, see, that's a symbol. That's something to be unified about. They don't want that. So when they say, where do people in the Caribbean, people in South America, where did Mexicans come from? What they're doing is they're using divisions to prevent y'all from unifying. As long as you can keep pitting people against each other by pointing out their differences, they will never realize that y'all got one thing in common. That motherfucker right there, that's your enemy. Forget everything else. We all agree that this is the problem. So when you know that you're up against an enemy like that, they will run on you what we call a psychological operation. In the military, we call it a PSYOP. And there are what they call PSYOP commands. The biggest one is at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Big shout out to Fayetteville, Vietnam. But if y'all don't believe that somebody is running a global PSYOP on y'all right now, some of y'all are really, really asleep and somebody need to give them some smelling salts or something. They've been running several PSYOPs on us right now. And this one they're doing right now, matter of fact, they ran it so well that they didn't even know how to get out of it. They put everybody in the house. They scared the shit out of everybody. They got everybody wearing masks and shit. They did all of that, okay? Now they don't know how to get out of it successfully. They don't. And people are coming out. Let me look. I saw something on the news about the situation in Atlanta with the voting. But y'all got to stop having attention deficit. They're writing these stories like the quarantine never happened. Like everything didn't just fucking stop. That's like me telling you, your rent due on the 1st, but then the quarantine happened. And as soon as the quarantine lifts, I'm going to throw you out because you 30 days late on your rent. No, you got to take that into account. So who was there to get the voting machines ready? Who was there to give a goddamn class? Who was there to, nobody. They were just like you. They got the shit. They got the job right before you did. Okay. I'm not saying that there's not voter suppression, but that wasn't voter suppression. That was motherfuckers not doing nothing because they was in the house scared. And then they all trying to come back out. Y'all give y'all, ugh. Oh, that give me a headache. So listen, we have to remember that when we talk about our brothers and sisters, that even though we're in different places, we still all part of the same family. We might be 50 shades of black, but we're still of that melanin persuasion. And I only use black as an identifier. I know a lot of people, y'all.
And it's crazy because this is what I preach on a daily basis. And now I see why they so obsessed. But it feels so great to come across my brother like this. And yes, I couldn't agree with that more, and that's what I always talk about, 50 shades of black. Like, we all come, everything light skin, from the lightest thing that has melanin in it came from black. I don't care. And at the end of the day, we have been colonized. This is colonization. And that's why, you know what, I have to play. Let me play my song. I really do have to play my song. Like, why? I have to play my song. I have to play my song. I have to play my song.
Carry on.
It's Supreme Kill Sound Maker.
Tiny Makati. Yeah. Listen. Why we always fail to see the truth? Why we don't listen to us? Why can't we be a brother's keeper? Yeah. Why are we selling out our rights? Why can't we come together as one? Why don't we know we're kings and queens? Know your butterfly, yeah. Why don't we know we got the royal blood inside of us? Because we're original blacks. Why? Listen to your soul cry. Why? Crying for freedom. Why? Why?
Don't support the phonies. Support the real. You know what I mean? How can these people be talking about how they're so real and they don't care about our communities?
Tupac Shakur. I wish I could turn back the hands of time, but I guess it's not too late. I wish I could correct the wrongs. Say this dream is real. We need to put our heads together. We can achieve greatness. Together we strong. We can make it if we try. Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. Don't fake it, yeah. It's a real movement, yeah.
We are privileged to be welcomed in the home of the former African Union Ambassador to the U.S., Dr. Arikana Jombore Cole. We will be discussing development.
Something that simple. We are unable to accomplish it because when you go to that boardroom table with a colonized mind, your thinking is colonized.
brutalized. It is sickening. Even as I sit here, speaking as an ambassador, but also speaking as an African, to see the obvious situations, a brick that needs to be moved from point A to point B. Well, guess what? It's got to go all the way to Z and then back before it gets to D. What is wrong with this picture? It goes back to the mind.
This is the most important and crucial period of your lives, for what you do now and what you decide now at this age may well determine which way your life shall go. And the question is whether you have a proper, a solid, and a sound blueprint. And I want to suggest some of the things that should be in your life's blueprint. Number one in your life's blueprint should be a deep belief in your own dignity, your own worth, and your own somebodyness. Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody. Always feel that you count. Always feel that you have worth. You must have basic principle, the determination to achieve excellence.
I'm proud. Yeah. Let's.
And that is my favorite song. And that is by Clarion Opele. Y'all go ahead and subscribe to him. If you don't know who he is, let me go ahead and show you who he is real quick as we so yeah, here he goes. I'm gonna show you. What happened? And stay tuned for some music. We're gonna start working on things in a couple of weeks. Time is pressed, but the next y'all go ahead and go subscribe to Pele Clarion, and you can see, you click on the SoundCloud, and the SoundCloud will take you directly to his music on the page. It's still freshly new. We took a break real quick, but we will be in full effect. Straight out of Nigeria. Yes, Nigeria. That's my brother, Clarion Opele from Nigeria. And this is what we're doing. Okay? So.
Brought this out a long time ago. And that's why you see all this Watchmen stuff going on in PSYOPs. It's about the Watchmen, or the X-gene carriers. Okay? Smiley XI yellow face Watchmen. Gamma Davidic line Israelite Watchmen. Ruach HaKodesh Prince, the radiation prince. That's how you do it. Okay? Know that these are all PSYOPs concerning radiation. That's all. Radiation is the reason for the season. You're on the wrong team. I always put this clip in every now and then. It's easy to spot who sold out. Just stick to the color codes. Stick to the color codes. Easy to spot who sold out. When I saw the picture, I said, oh, yep, he's a PSYOP. I knew he sold out a long time ago. Stephen Jackson Twin comes out to Extreme Prejudice. And we're going to break that picture down, too. Okay, it's Extreme Prejudice. But guess what? It's a duality ceremony, so we got to put as much PSYOP in this as possible, right? The final wars concerning portals. So Stephen Jackson Twin also comes out to King of the Bottom's Pit, Apollyon. Just like, what is it? Sunday Service comes out to Apollyon. If I'm not correct. I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry. Stephen Jackson Twin, God, Fearless Warrior Angel, Prince Jair Reese's coronation, the Zionists, Divine Light. That's who George Floyd is from. The Zionists are running the ceremony that you're watching. They know about the coronation, the Reese's coronation. Okay? Gabriel is 1978. A lot of these PSYOPs you'll see, just like the movies, the actors are born in 1978. You want to guess who was born in 1978? Would you like to guess? Okay? You'll see the numbers. Israelite twin flames is 220. That's the number for the Israelite twin, the twin flame. Remember Stephen, he weighs 220 pounds, born in 1978, he's 42. See, he lost his twin. Man, whatever, man. Wow. Wrong team, brother. Wrong team. Horrible psyop. His older two brothers, you see the new Terminator, his older two brothers were Michael and Gabriel. You tell me I know what I'm talking about. It's about Michael and Gabriel. Stephen, Jesse, Jackson. Now, what's on the headstone right there? Jesse. The radiation is rising, 12 tribes of Israel. Hidden in plain sight is King David in Chicago. Infinity Jesse, I showed you that, was about the Grail in the previous video. Now, but there's also another name on the headstone, isn't it? There's another coon on the headstone. Infinity Jesse, it goes right down to alien invasion. Just like the picture we showed you with who? Kanye, right? And Tekashi. Now, the red hair, let's put that down. Wade, Reveal, Divine, Fallen One, the gorilla. Come on, y'all. I just said it was about the gorilla. Okay? So look for the gorilla in the psyops. Stephen Jackson twin, George Floyd. Same numbers on the reverse side of Stephen Jackson's brother, George. That was a sign for me. I was like, okay. But, you know, this was just a sloppy psyop. It all happened in the Twin Cities, right? He lost his twin in the Twin Cities. Man, this is crazy. This is very sloppy. Okay? I told you, Twin Cities is about the twin flame. Okay? Twin flame. Who's the purple prince and the pink king? Are you following me? So you put George in the calculator, guess what? Perfect match with Gemini. Psyop are destroyed again. It's over. Okay? Psyops are in the number. George Floyd, he's a Gemini Elohim. Okay? Gemini Elohim. Alright? The Bible was about radiation, and you probably didn't know about it, because guess what? It's not about you. Black radiation bloodline. Gemini Man Jahi. Goes right down from the 612, my birthday, to my area code. Chosen one lives in Chicago, Chief Gabriel. Come on, stop it. Stop it. And that's the reason Will Smith always plays in movies. He's the hidden son. He represents the hidden son. Okay? Now the corona on the wall comes out the twin. But that's a corona light, correctly? All right? Now what does corona light come out to? Twin flames. Okay? Twin flames. I'm telling you guys, it's all about radiation. So you put George and Corona. What do you come out with? Okay? It's that simple. So you put George with Stephen. The time has come. The secret key, messenger angel, the olive tree. The olive tree. The two olive branches. Branch means son, or it means, descendants, biblically. Stephen Jackson, Killer 3s, 5. You put that down from his jersey. The sky, the pink sky represents Jahi. Jahi's brother of all. Chosen one in Chicago. Prodigal son, Jahi. Angel Gabriel. So you're going to always get that. I'm just showing you the consistency in what I talk about. It's right there. Now, who and Trump? Okay? This is going to get right to the point. No need to explain what you're about to see. Okay? Who? Chicago, death of King David. That's who. That's what the psyop's about. You finally get it? Now you see why they talked about who doing the psyop? Chicago, death of King David. That's who. Okay? Now, one sister asked me about COVID and what it stood for. And she's telling me it stood for Certificate of Vaccination Identification. I get that. But still, in its entirety, it's all about the Grail carrier. Okay? It's still a psyop, even if we don't mention King David. It's still a psyop. COVID's a psyop, okay? And the more you stuff in the psyop, the better. It still lines right up what we talked about, okay? Now, 4 officers, 1 man, right? 4 officers, 1 man. Floyd was getting jumped out, 4 officers, right? If I'm not mistaken. 41 symbolism, 4 officers, 1 black man. The alien key king. Got it? Alien key king. Alien king keys in the USA. And that's why I put the movie Predator, and I'm going to break that down a little further in the video. But notice the Predator's putting up 2 fingers behind a black man's head. He has an American tattoo on his shoulder because the alien king's in America. As I always tell you guys, the alien key king's in the 312. Right in front of your face, going in all directions. It comes out the alien king keys in Chicago. Okay? All comes out the 312. Alien king key. And that's just the way it's set up because all prophecies on the same frequency. And that's what people don't understand. All right, the comedian Jaheed, because the comedian's next to the guy in Predator, and also Deadpool in the comics is known for his comedy. All right, and notice Deadpool has the same suggestors as the guy or the Predator in the movie picture. Okay, it's about number 2, the Davidic line captain in Chicago. All right, that's it. Keep seeing the 2, the 41, and the poses are all the same. I'm gonna break that picture down further in the video, but that's from George Floyd's picture from his PSYOP, and that's the Predator movie. If you watch movies enough, trust me, you see everything in the. You saw the flag on the bottom, American flag. You saw it on the gentleman's arm. Now you see the girl wearing a black mask like the Predator, and you see a blue shirt on the gray Mustang. We just broke down the blue Mustang in a Denver airport situation. It comes out the red-eyed King David Gabriel code. All right, it's that simple. George killed on Memorial Day. You put it on Memorial Day, right? Because I read one article, it was a Memorial Day situation. Anointed one, after 7 p.m. he was killed, right? That's the new king. On a 38th Street, King of Israel, it was black DNA, right? Chicago. He was killed on 38th Street in Chicago. Okay, you ain't figured it out yet? Minnesota cop killed George Floyd. And it tells you who the Grail is and all that stuff through 666, the new king. 1010 is Christ's Grail blood, the radiation priesthood. That's why you keep seeing 1010 everywhere, people, because it represents the Grail Kings. That is very real. I don't care what you believe in, we're a real group of people called the radiation priesthood. All right? My gene is very real to the sisters saying the Bible's full of metaphors. Where the hell I get my blood type from, Dodo? Cop has his knee on George Floyd's neck. What does it come out to? The new king, Jaheed Kojo P. Lee Johnson. I just put the new king in front of my name. Perfect match. 1010, Jaheed Johnson, which is 1010. The coming of Michael the Cosmic Christ. The second coming of you are Michael's witness genes, right down to 773 Chicago area code.
Y'all get hooked up in titles too much. Y'all missing the whole thought pattern. Who cares if I call you the yellow submarine? You know what I'm talking about, okay? So watch this. For everybody I just named, and now I'm gonna hone in because the brother asked me, and I told him I would do it publicly. I'm speaking now to the folks in the city of Chicago. Chi-Town, you know I have nothing but love for you. I love. As a matter of fact, when I'm in Chi-Town, I always find myself downtown trying to get some of that popcorn with y'all know what I'm talking about. But Chi-Town, we got a little something I want to address real quick because, brothers out there in the streets is doing NFAC shit and stuff is getting back to me. But I wanted to talk to y'all from the perspective of, I relayed all that shit out I just did to show you that the brothers and sisters are not your enemy. There's no need to shoot brothers and sisters. And anybody who done put something in your head that makes you think you need to shoot brothers and sisters. And brothers and sisters, y'all don't need to be shooting at them either. You don't. Here's why. It's a mental trick, y'all. They good at taking the attention off of them. You understand what I'm saying? I just showed you that all y'all black blood. Okay? I didn't read none of their statistics because the shit is embarrassing. 0.5%. 0.1%. Stop lying. You ain't got it. But I need all y'all to understand. So I'm gonna ask y'all some logical questions. So whether you from the Dominican Republic, because y'all are involved, or whether you from one of the C's or the B's, because some of y'all involved too. You know what I'm saying? And to the Blackstone crew, y'all know I got nothing but love for you. I go way back OG style. So now I'm gonna talk some gangster stuff. I know a lot of y'all came here for the learning, but see, I'm also a real street dude. So I ain't get this far just being who I am right here. Everybody got a pass. So I'm talking to the Blackstone folks. Look here, bro. Who control the dice? Who own the land? Who own all the gold? Who controlling the money? Who making all the laws? Who owns control of the government? Who controls the belief system for the modern world? And who controls everybody's ultimate destiny? There's only one person There's only one group. So rather than y'all shooting at each other, I would think that y'all would turn around and forget that petty shit. Because now is the time for you to come together, because the enemy is the one that's in control. And for y'all who ain't figured this out yet, especially my Dominican brothers, who I love y'all to death, y'all warriors, but not against the brothers. The brothers didn't do this shit to you. You are on the same train as we are. You see, what they've done is they've started the injection of immigrants into the native population, but they stuck you in a class system. Yeah, you will come here for better opportunities, but then when you get here, you get treated just like we do. Because it's also a class situation. Y'all hear your boy talking to you. Y'all facing the wrong enemy. Y'all family by blood. So I said I would speak to you brothers, because a lot of y'all hitting me up like, bro, we support what you're doing. Okay, then support. Y'all stop that. In Chicago, stop shooting at the brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters ain't do shit to you. Brothers and sisters ain't the ones that's doing all those things I just talked about. You see, racism is the ability to control the final outcome of a people's destination. And we've never had that authority over you. Matter of fact, we've never had that authority over white folks in this country. So how can we be racist? That's what racism means. We can be prejudiced. We can hate what the hell you doing to us. But racist? See, that's really the trick, y'all. If we ever got our shit together and we ever had our own place where we could determine our own destiny, they are so afraid that we would come back and be racist toward them. Now, we got to shift the conversation. The same way they shifted the conversation away from Ahmaud Arbery, which was blacks against whites. They shifted it to make it the public against the police. They shifted it because that other situation, they wasn't going to win. They already knew we was, look, when you know you doing something to somebody, you know you doing it, and then you push them too far, you're not going to sit back and wait for them to flip. You're going to try to put that fire out quick. That's real. Now, 50 Shades of Black is because we're all family. And I've shown you that this time that we're living in, that's why things are the way they are. Y'all can't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Okay? And don't.
Or just giving lip service. Just trying to tell us what it is that what we want to hear so we can go back and entertain them. But see, the Most High's got different plans. So they can keep quiet and continue to show their true colors. What are they going to say? That they didn't know that they were exploiting our people? I mean, I don't really want to hear from them anyways because they got nothing to say. They've shown us exactly by, how they've treated our people, how they've used our people to get rich. They've done all that already. So what are they going to, what are you waiting for them to come back and say they're sorry? They can keep their sorries. We don't need their sorries. Okay. Let's go to 12. The same must know it after. Okay, after death by pain. These people are going to have to go through, punishment. So they might as well just keep it quiet, because saying I'm sorry now is not going to fix it. He said, we're not the ones you have to worry about. You have to worry about our Father now. And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished, and when. But inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is, and for whom the world is created. This world has been created for the righteous. The unrighteous have had it in their hands for a very long time. Now the Most High is coming to make things right. And that's what's coming now to the world. Even though people are still holding out hope that things are going to return back to their normal. But see, their normal came in this expiration date. And see, like right now, like all these people are talking about the 400 years and like they trying to give us like a pity party. It's kind of what it seems like. Oh, we feel so sorry. We didn't know, it's been 400 years and we've had you guys like this. And how can we make it better for you black people? What can we do to make it happen? It's like they're trying to give us like a pity party. And let me let you guys know this. You don't have to feel sorry for me. You don't have to feel sorry for our people. You do not have to give us a pity party. We are a very proud and a very strong people. And the only reason that we bottom had nothing to do with you. It had everything to do with us falling away from our Father. Our weakness and your guys' strength all came from the same source, the Most High. So now that we've come to the end, there's no need to feel sorry for what you guys have done, because the only thing that you guys have done was what the Most High allowed you to do. So I don't need a pity party. I don't need because I think you guys get pride out of that. You guys seem to, be kind of prideful with we've had you down for 400 years, and because you guys think that you've done that. You had no hand in that whatsoever. You just got the benefit because we messed up. But now, instead of feeling sorry for me, you might want to actually take a little introspection of yourself and think of if the Most High was willing to do this to his children, what do you think he's about to do to you? If he was willing to put us under your rulership and allow you to destroy us for 400 plus 500 years, what do you think he's going to do to you? When he says give them double, who do you think he's talking to? See, we've been here, you guys have been here since 1492, over 500 years. Then you know about how the Most High says give them double. And you read in the scriptures how people are going to be getting, destroyed and have to pay for 1,000 years. Who do you think that is talking about? So like I said, you can save all the pity party because we don't need it. We took our punishment. And now you're about to take yours. All praise is to the Most High Yahweh. Acknowledgement to the earthly mother. Who is wisdom? Who is the Holy Spirit? Acknowledgement to Yahweh Shai. Shalom.
So I'm going to say this to my white fellow Americans, that the bloodshed that is on its way is not on the hands of our fellow black Americans, but is on our hands. We are the ones that are refusing to let God's people go. We are the ones that are refusing to acknowledge that we do not value our black brothers and sisters as equal individuals.
He has been on their back for a long time. Okay? The need of an inadequate education system, the need of a criminal justice system that targets them where they can't.
The renaming of an area on the president's doorstep, Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Can't do this. Yeah, go get him. You can't do this. Look at that.
Hey, stop. Hey, look. I don't care.
You're doing this to a minor.
Let me go.
Remember, you guys are doing this to a minor. Remember that. You guys are doing this to a minor.
I'm not helping the situation.
It doesn't matter. You guys are doing this to a little ass kid. His parents should be here. You guys shouldn't be touching on him like that.
My parents should be here. What is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Stop fucking it. Oh, spit on me. That's it? Yeah, I spit on you. How you like that shit?
Hey, watch out. Watch out. Don't be choking him like that. What are you doing? Get your fucking hands off his neck, bro. What are you doing? Get your fucking hands off his neck. You can't be doing that shit.
Get back, sir.
Yo, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Back up.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I will arrest you for...
Don't touch me. For what? For what?
For my scene,
For
dude.
what? For what? What
Back
can you
up.
arrest me for? For what? What can you arrest me for? What the hell? Don't touch me, please.
Just stay back.
I'm asking you, please don't touch me.
Okay.
You're not a cop.
Walk
Don't
forward.
touch me. Please, don't touch
Just
me.
stay
You're not a
back.
cop.
Just need you to stay back. That's
I'm
all.
asking you. What's
You can
up?
record from the distance.
Okay.
Okay? I just need you to keep your distance. Plain and simple.
Look at that. Look at that.
I don't mind if you record.
Police brutality. Excuse me. No, I'm not going to do it.
I know. Just stay back up just
You're
a
right.
little
You're
bit.
right.
Okay?
Some of the video for you right now, and we've been showing some of it as well while I've been talking here, where, again, interspersed with the firefighters and other legitimate things, it shows the military rounding people up, and every one of them is black. Now, that's newsworthy right there. I've been to these drills where they all are farmers wearing John Deere caps and stuff, saying, you know, you can't take my land, you can't take my guns. Very scary stuff. But it was a black farmer, white farmer, Hispanic farmer. Little extra black folks. I mean, obviously saying, oh, it's for Al-Qaeda, that's a bad group, but it's really for all Americans. Oh, well, blacks, you know, they're kind of looked down on quietly by some people. Oh, look, it's for blacks, so it's okay. And it's military and white guys, white civilians looking on as groups of blacks tump over cars and, you know, get rounded up and thrown behind barbed wire. I mean, this is pretty outrageous. But don't expect Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, the race baiters, to say anything. They're just there to create more racial division in this country, not actually point out that there's preparation to target black communities. Not actually point out that there's preparation to target black communities. Not actually point out that there's preparation to target black communities, which are under gun control like Chicago and has the highest crime rate in the world, which are under the fake drug war that's bringing down Chicago, just like Mexico's collapsing. It's the policies that are causing this cultural collapse. But here's some of the promotional video hiding in plain view.
It's not meant to depress you, it's meant to make you aware. It's not meant to make you walk out of here feeling like there's no hope. It's meant to make you walk out of here saying, I got to get busy in informing my brothers and sisters what's really going on so that we can prepare ourselves for what is coming. The information that I'm going to share with you, personally, I have researched it along with many of my colleagues, and we found a lot of this information in the United States Library of Congress. A lot of this information has finally been declassified after being held away from the masses or kept back from the masses after many years. Because of the satanic, evil, and clandestine objectives contained in this program called the King Alfred Plan, it is imperative, it's necessary that those people whom God has called to be watchmen and watchwomen on the wall alert the people. There's a passage in the scripture that says, woe unto the watchman that sees danger coming and don't say nothing, because then the blood of the people will be on their hands. But when the watchman on the wall proclaims and cries loud and spares not and lifts up their voice, as the scripture says, as a trumpet in Zion, to show the people what's happening, if the people still fall for it, then the blood is off of the watchman's hands. So today, as the watchman on the wall, it's my duty to inform y'all of some stuff that you might not know about. Do my best, Doc. Let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go back approximately 40 years ago. Between the years of 1960 and 1964, an organization called the National Security Council. Have y'all ever heard of that before? I know you have, because we talk about national security memorandums. Well, the National Security Council developed a government program called the King Alfred Plan. This program actually details the arrest, detention, encampment, and extermination of the black and Hispanic or Latino population of this country. No other race of people have had a program written for them but the black, and of course in 1984 it was amended to include the Hispanic population. President Reagan, along with the ex-director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Louis Goffredo, proposed this amendment in 1984, on April 6th of 1984.
The majority of deaths in Milwaukee County, blacks are 25% of the population, but almost 50% of the cases and 75% of the deaths. So what's going on? Well, it's alarming, but it's not surprising that people of color have a greater burden of chronic health conditions. African Americans and Native Americans, develop high blood pressure at much younger ages. It's less likely to be under control and does greater harm to their organs. Puerto Ricans have higher rates of asthma, and black boys are 3 times as likely to die of asthma as their white counterparts.
It is a chilling sight, a mass grave, rows of coffins as burials quadruple in New York. This is Hart Island, where the bodies of those with no known family are temporarily interred, some simply unable to pay for a funeral. On the 7 line, more signs of the cruel inequity of COVID-19. Many of the passengers are black and Hispanic. New data suggests they're twice as likely to die from the virus than white people.
What world are we living in? That doesn't happen.
I got these guns. I have a gun on my side right here. Just this week, at the beginning of the week, a young boy, not even 16 years old, was killed because he was playing with a gun. And see, this is an unloaded gun. Right here, this is the gun. No, empty weapon. Empty weapon. This is a Glock 40. 50 Cent, Too Short, all of them talk about Glock 40. Okay, I'm the only one in this room professional enough that I know of to carry this Glock 40. I'm the only one.
I shot myself.
Okay, I'm the only one in this room professional enough that I know of to carry this Glock 40. I'm the only one.
I shot myself.
In the black community, mothers are worried about their children getting home from school without being killed by a cop. What world are we living in? That doesn't happen.
This disturbing video showing a student body slammed from inside the main office of a Louisiana middle school has 2 officers facing serious charges. Moments earlier, the 14-year-old student behind the counter, the officer a few feet away. He is manhandled, grabbed around the neck, and slammed to the ground. This was just the beginning. The 2 grappling on the floor. At one point, the officer appears to make a punching motion at the student. His holstered gun, picked up here by a school employee after coming loose, she moves it to a desk out of reach. Officer Anthony Dupree then picks the teen up in an apparent headlock and pounds him to the ground.
In the black community, mothers are worried about their children getting home from school without being killed by a cop. What world are we living in? That doesn't happen.
Fired shots at officers, and now we have 4 in the hospital. But thankfully, and thank God, they're alive. They're alive. But
I want to help you, but I
officers exhibited extraordinary restraint. Officers exhibited extraordinary restraint. Officers exhibited extraordinary restraint. Fired shots at officers, and now we have 4 in the hospital. But thankfully, and thank God.
I'm going to tell them there's an African American man threatening my life.
Please tell them whatever you like.
I'm not gonna do nothing. You're right. So I'm not gonna do nothing. You know, I know. I'm not doing nothing for the cops. I mean, come on, that's
no rights. Come on now. Excuse me. Come on now. Come on now. I'm sorry. I'm in the Ramble, and there is a man, African American. He has a bicycle helmet. He is recording me and threatening me and my dog.
I'm going around this area, all right, sir?
All right. Try to keep some distance.
Yeah, so you can come over here.
I just don't want you getting hurt.
Yeah. All this for a little kid, bro. All this for a little kid.
There is an African American man. I am in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening myself and my dog. And my... I'm sorry, I can't hear you either. I'm being threatened by a man in the Ramble. Please send the cops immediately.
All this for a little kid. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm in Central Park in the Ramble. I don't know.
Thank you.
Gotta take your hat off, brother. I can't cut your hair. Tell y'all ain't from around here. You need to leave them chains here. You ain't gonna make it up the block. Okay?
there. But we do have black people that get on the radio every day in white-owned companies, white-owned stations with white-owned sponsors that play the role of hypersexualized, hypercriminalized male. I ask these advertisers, I say, I've got hundreds of songs a day that celebrate killing animals. Will you put them on your station? They said, no. I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about assaulting women and abusing kids. Would you put them on your station? They said, no. I said, I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about murdering blacks. Would you put them on your stations? They said, well, that depends. Depends on what? Who it's done by and who it's branded for. Because if we can get black folks to sing about it and we can brand it for our youngest black audiences, I think there's money to be made. I think there's American appetites to see these people that way. I said, how can you say that? They said, well, look, it's what these artists know. It's what they, black people, create. It's, matter of fact, our surveys say it's what they want to hear, which speaks of a sickness. How do we live in a society where somebody says, you know what, I'm inspired to write a song that celebrates murdering another person. And then a person says, I'd like to put that on my station. Another person said, I'd like to pay for it. And then there's people out here in the audience that go, I'd love to hear it, as long as it's black guys. Because even white people buy rap music, buy this type of stuff, because we know that when we want to hear about killing each other, we know who to turn to for that type of inspiration. We call it our music. We say we own it. White people buy more rap than black people. Yeah, but we're very careful to turn it down at the stoplight when other black people are there. Why? Because we know we're just pretending. For them, it's more authentic and real. I always ask the companies, what about your name? What about your brand? What about your value? And the largest radio company in the world said this: it's okay that we only have drug dealers on our black youth stations. We only have murders on our black youth stations. We support black charities. We give out water at the Martin Luther King parade. I think we've got it covered. We've bought them off. Now, people get upset, the smartest guys in the room again. You're talking about censorship. I don't believe that. I believe in free art. Make whatever you want. I believe you should make music about anti-Semitism. I believe you should make music about killing dogs. I believe in this country you should make music about bashing homosexuals and driving them behind trucks. I believe you should make music about stringing people up on trees. I believe you should make music about killing whitey. I believe you should make all that music. But I also believe that in the mainstream marketplace, people should hesitate associating their name with certain content. You know, there's certain stuff you can't buy at the store. Certain stuff you can't get on iTunes because their brand doesn't want it. But if you want to hear black people celebrating killing black people, they got thousands and thousands and thousands of those things to sell you. I don't think it's about censorship. I think it's about American cultural hypocrisy. Because here's the truth. These black entertainers, they can't sing just about anything. There's some stuff that'll get them fired, and they get dropped, and they get fired, and they get slapped on the wrist, and they get disciplined all the time. Why? Because sometimes they step over the bounds. A very famous case is what happened with Rick Ross. Rick Ross is the Mammy Two Shoes, one of the many Mammy Two Shoes of our day. He's a black entertainer in a world carved out for him, and a role carved out for him by white entertainment companies. And one day he talked about, in the middle of a song that celebrated dealing drugs and killing blacks, he made a reference to date rape. And when he made that reference to date rape, that set social media on fire. That got 100,000 petitions in 24 hours. Hey buddy, date rape is no joke. That had white people standing outside of Reebok in New York saying, you better take this seriously. We're tired of a rape culture in America. One line in one song moved the masses. And you know what Reebok did? Did they stand by him and say, hey, we believe in freedom of speech. We believe in freedom of expression. It's just a song. Calm down. No, they fired his tail on the spot. The president came out and said, this goes against our high standards. He's gone against the values of our brand. Shame on Rick Ross. We're disappointed. He doesn't know how serious date rape is. And when I saw that, I thought, wow, how convenient. Isn't that amazing? But here's what really happened. It's not their brand, it's not their values. Rick Ross went off script. He was hired to get black customers, and they think that black customers go with black bait. And in America, black bait is the hyper-criminalized, hypersexualized portrayal of black people. And as long as he had sung about that, the stuff that got him hired, he still have a job at Reebok. But when he touched other sensitivities that affect us, he lost his job. See, the truth is, it's not they that need to change. It's we that need to change. We created the lies. We created them for our profit. We own the companies. We own the record labels. We own the advertisers, and we keep putting it out. And it's this that's got to change. I thought about it. You know what? I wonder if White Mike could get anybody's attention on this. So I stood outside of a Walmart. And I said, hey, I don't think killing cops and killing blacks is very cool. And you know what? It only took 7 weeks of Mike standing out there, and they wrote a letter and said, yeah, we don't think it's cool either. We're going to pull our name off of that. The largest retailer in the world had never considered that maybe their commercial shouldn't be right before or after a song about young black men being gunned down. And I realized this, that black murder is normal, but it should not be. And I realized the importance at the coffee table, at every headline, every pastor's gathering, every family gathering to say, you know what, these black lives matter. It's not just another black kid. These are human beings. I'm doing my best in every way, shape, and form. Talks like this everywhere I can go to say, you know what, I was born in a world where black murder was normal. My kids were born into a world where black murder is normal, but I don't want to die in a world where black murder is normal. Am I 5 years or 10 years away? I don't know, but I'm screaming as high as I can. Let's feel this pain and let's lift our voice to tell the lies. They are not criminals, they are not deviants, and their lives are just as important as ours. Thank you very much.
This place is a dope. We are royalty. We must go back to our place in Kiswana. No. We are staying right here. This is the motherland.
Yeah.
Here we go. For the motherland. Yeah. We gon' play it loud until they feel it. We gon' blow the roof off the building. We gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba. Black and get a shopping with a Sammy Davis cousin. Tried to dodge the industry, but now my name is buzzing. They all saying that I'm conscious. I say that it's nonsense. So I say I've been on since on had an on switch from Seattle, the rainy city where my mom lived. In Jerusalem, that golden city that was conquered. But still we moving onward. Motherland conquest. Smell me like an armpit. Yeah. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We robber. My mama told me that I read good. Been on my straight and narrow, but my history is the hood. Thank God today that we could buy a box of Cheerios or Kicks. I can even buy tricks. I'm no longer on WIC. EBT card rip in my passport lip. Stamped like a notary from every country that I went. Ain't a country like this from the others you've been sent. Black is beautiful. This gon' be the motherland hit. Yeah. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba. Yeah, yeah, bounce. Yeah, 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 bounce. Yeah, 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 we bounce. Yeah, 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 yeah. He said it's God's plan, but I'm God's man. Yeah, I used to run with BGD. Yeah. I dropped the B and put a O after the G. Yeah. 6 points, still big up King B. In the synagogue, camouflage, but I can't wipe the skin off. I'm proud of it, it's loud a bit, but I'm not trying to crisscross. I done made it this far, hold it all in my heart. I hold my breath and brace myself when they take their socks off. Ain't no monkey business, cause ain't no monkeys in here. I know what you've been thinking, the black Abe Lincoln. Just wanted you to be aware. Signing off as Mr. Black, Hitler's worst nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba. Yeah, we gon' play it loud until they feel it. Yeah, yeah, we gon' blow the roof off the building. Yeah, yeah, we gon' play that motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. Check it out now, motherland bounce. We baba.
You gotta take your hat off, man. Another one? You gotta take your hat off, brother. I can't cut your hair. Tell y'all ain't from around here. You need to leave them chains here. You ain't gonna make it up the block. Okay.
Hurricane Maria has made landfall in Puerto Rico as a very strong Category 4 storm.
Hurricane Maria has made landfall on Puerto Rico.
Napoli, Tate, Giali, Funa. Napoli, Puma, Giali, Funa. Louiselle.
Your ancestors from. They're not from this country. You're going back to Mexico. You better go back to where you're from.
You just walked into her. Excuse me?
Hey, God! Oh my God!
Yeah, you deserved it. Oh my God. In my opinion. Yeah, you pushed her and she smacked you. That was self-defense on her part.
Oh, she grabbed me.
Nope.
Are you the manager? Yes. You need to leave. You need to leave. We're not serving you. We do not serve you.
Excuse me, but you did say that she needs to go back to her country. What is that?
Native Americans.
Excuse me, this is what this whole world.
White people are not from this country. Don't serve her. Yeah, you not don't serve her racist.
You don't tell. No. Continue serving. Continue serving.
You need to leave. You're not a part of this. You need to leave. You're not a part of this. No. No, you do not come in here and use the F word and swear and call me a bitch.
I've never even said that.
I said she is, and you're not a part of it.
That word.
So you get out of here. I know. I said she is, and that's why she.
Facts. A lot of people, you feel me? A lot of spaces they can't do that. I mean, you got stores like that one right there.
I thought I was playing. I really thought I was playing. Come on, this our neighborhood, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna show you how it's looking. Y'all thought we was playing, bro. Look at this. Y'all thought, yo, Mark, tell them they thought we was playing. Look, I'm gonna just show y'all for yourself.
Yeah, Jackie, ain't nobody trying to fight.
I'm gonna just record it this way. Yeah, there's more people on live telling me they sliding. Welcome to the real zoo. Yeah. Tell the looters they ain't coming over here. We waiting for them. Yup. Yeah. You're sorry. We out here. Y'all see this? Come on now. No estamos en eso.
No, por eso no es humor.
Yo, y'all really thought, bro, look, one Instagram post, the whole hood is outside.
Fíjate, they with us.
Yeah. Bad juice, shaking my boy. Yeah, got y'all. Appreciate y'all niggas for coming out, though, love, bro. For real, I appreciate you. You already know, shimmy. Yo, love, bro. Appreciate y'all for coming out. Yo, appreciate y'all. Definitely, bro. Y'all see this, bro. Y'all don't understand what's going on.
Niggas supposed to do this shit 360.
Look at how big it got. Y'all thought we was playing?
Everybody know when niggas can't just come over.
Tell them noodles we out here. Yeah. What's shaking, bro? Tell them. Yeah, everybody slide. We on Dagman post. Everybody getting over here.
Email, entonces tú vas a pagar.
Email. It's our neighborhood, bro. Y'all bugging. I know I bring the city out. I bring the hood out, bro. That's why I love this shit, bro. I bring my hood together, man. Yo, Smoke, what you saying, my brother?
Mackie, you know the vibe we here.
Huh?
We here. We always here, baby. Always here, baby.
Yo, let's show them how this shit
looking.
looking.
See niggas, we outside, baby.
Let's show them how Dykeman looking right now. Where they coming? Yo, who coming over here? It's not even gonna happen no more. Niggas really ganged up in Dykeman. Wow, one tweet, one thing, we outside. Huh? Facts. Look, that's what I do for my people. Stop playing with us, man. Stop playing with me, bro. E-man here. Yeah, got a little Ethan here.
Let's keep the voice at a minimum so they don't think that we're creating chaos. Problem, because remember, when everybody's talking at the same time, just start escalating. Let's be silent. That's what we need to do. Be silent and hold each other. Hold the space for each other. Whether we have to hold hands, whether we have to do a prayer, whatever it takes. This is our community. We gotta take care of it. And we gotta be the voice. That's it. We're all here. This is not just an earth war, this is a spiritual war.
Let me say something to y'all, right? First and foremost, like, shout out to everybody them brothers, all them Latino brothers that came out in Dykeman and told everybody else from wherever else, y'all not coming to our neighborhood and tearing up our neighborhood. That's
period. And that was phenomenal. And you know what? The struggle is real. We out here fighting this good fight. And we got some amazing people, some amazing leaders. And you know, now, ready or not, but it's gonna be an automatic joint, you know. It's gonna be an automatic joint. That's the time that we are living in. It is so connected. It is spiritual, because when we've been taught to pray for our enemies, you know, and I cannot stress this enough. We've been taught to love and pray for our enemies instead of being taught to love and pray for one another, our sisters and brothers, and stick together, because it's a bloodline that has been scattered among all nations, you know. And whether we know it or not, you know, we are the twins. We are the twins, you know. We are the twins because everything of a brown color comes from a darker shade, you know. So that's where we at with it right now, you know, belonging to. But there's so much truth in it, you know. I mean, like the illusion that they brought all these black people here is just an illusion, you know. We are in the northern. We are a part of the northern tribes. Okay, that's what's happening. You know, the connection is real, and that's what makes the twins, because it is what it is, you know. And the gamma is real, you know. The gamma is real. The bloodline, they like Latins say, the blood calls, you know. La sangre llama. That's what we say in Spanish. Like, but it's actually, it come from one of the oldest man. Like, I guess that's a bloodline saying, you know. I guess transfer from different language to a different language, but that philosophy, that way of looking at it, the way of feeling it, you know, spiritually, the blood calls, you know. And while the blood is calling, you know, after so much blood being shed, excuse me, you know, is so far sinister. And people, they like to take your talking points. They like to take advantage of it and try to use it and slice it and dice it to their own liking. They like to, like, mark and scoff, but they don't go deep into the roots, you know. Like they say, the rabbit hole. Pull those layers, you know what I'm saying, off the onion and keep going, you know. And when you go to realize, you know, there's always a new onion to peel. Think about it. You know, that's how far and deep we are in this illusion. And it's sad, it's sickening, it's disgusting how, you know, what we have come as a whole. But the worst thing of it all is a gatekeeper in this race. It's nothing worse than gatekeepers, obstacles. I'm gonna call them obstacle bots. You got trials and tribulation bots. You got you just gotta, like, breathe through all these trials and tribulation and obstacles that, you know, come with these bots. You know, whether it's a coonery, buffoonery, whether it's a honky, whether it's a situation, it's an illusion, it's an MK control, it's a monarch, it's a legislation, whatever. It's the Congress, it's the mayors, it's the entrapment, it's the illusion of the police, you know, the slave beaters, you know. Because, you know, and if you ever look on their uniform, they have that whip on their shit, and that I was just talking about that, you know. if you look at a badge or on their shirt, you will see like somebody holding a whip, you know. So they are the slave beaters. They are the ones who, you know, like they say, they tell you bluntly in your face, you know, we've created welfare systems for you. We've done everything and everything to destroy you. But because your God is what he said, but he rather say Pharaoh does not want to let God's people go, instead of saying, because you are the apple of the Most High Yah's eye, you always rise. You know, they love to pretend they are the salt of the earth, these damn darn Christians. They are dangerous. They are warmongers. They are demon worshippers. They are the dwelling place of demons. They are the portals of CERN. Okay? They are the portals of dwelling demons. Babylon. Oh, Babylon. You know, when you look at it in a biblical perspective and you start going in 3D, I mean, the full force. I mean, you have to have true discernment and a spiritual eye. Even you gotta have a spiritual ear to even comprehend this, you know. It's life got levels, you know. And we out here clowning, you know. But the obstacles are real. The gatekeepers are real. The illusion is real. No matter how illusional it may seem, but it can only be as real as it is in every individual person. You know, everyone has a play in this illusion, and I'm telling you, some are just their parts, that part, their parts, that part. Okay. Can be so crucial, can be so sometimes righteous, sometimes just scattered, sometimes just lost, sometimes just, and that's what this world is filled with, you know. The illusion is so real. And they carry on, you know. They spend a lifetime filling their insides up with this illusion. You know how many generations died like this? It's about that time that before they try to transhumanism humanity, which is that only, if you look that up, that just means the end of humanity. Before they try to end humanity, you know, if you will, it would be nice if we at least try to fight the spiritual warfare in a spiritual way. And the only way they have got this far is because they were able to disarm, you know, the so-called body. But the body is no further than a body of dwelling place for demons. And that's why these folks are so demonic. They are so horrendous, so hideous, so under MK control, so sleeping slumbered, so far gone. They are this illusion that is being carried out. They feed the beast. They are the mark of the beast. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh, my goodness. Oh. And yet they want to open up these churches again, you know. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my to the goodness. So, I'm telling you, your future lies in the palm of your hand. You know, simple and precise. Free will, free everything. Just when you know, you always have to pay for, you know, whatever you put in is what you're going to get out of it, you know. So if you are part of the problem and not the solution, then you shall reap what you sow in that manner. If you are a righteous soul seeking righteousness, then you shall reap what you sow in that manner. It's pretty much what the scale is about, and of course, folks are on chemical imbalance because people are not in tune with themselves. They are dwelling amongst demonic force. And the thing is, Angel posing to be an angel of light, you know, like the beasts of the field, the pagans, the heathens, the dogmas. They have these scripts in this word, but they take it like they've taken everything upon themselves, even as far as transgressing this law to give you a great illusion. So I mean, that's the rabbit hole right there, to give you a great delusion. So the only way out is in your mind, pretty much. And it's totally up to the people to figure this one out, you know. And it's gonna fall on those, because those who are so-called Christians, they are still waiting for the Holy Spirit. Okay, but the Spirit is beyond their we're talking about dimensions. We're talking about 5 cents right now. People are stuck at 5 cents. There's 6 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 9 cents, and you'd be surprised, you know, what your mind can be in those states of elements, you know, and what your mind can manifest, especially being righteous. Like, I could literally see, you know, the righteous standing with guns, and even still, like, just keeping the law, statutes, and the commandments. You know, the 4 that's positioning right now, because people are hungering for that. The people, like the Christians that claim to be the salt of the earth and peculiar people, it's funny, right? Because they just take this identity, they draft themselves in a certain way, and they know darn well that they don't fit that. They don't fit it. It's just an illusion. But they did it anyway. They were in love with the thought of Jesus. Darn, these Gentiles are something else. They were in love with the thought of it. They know it does not exist. It's an illusion. It's a figure of their imagination. You know how long it took them to create this illusion? How far it's been going? Oh my goodness. The bodies that died for the law, statutes, and the commandments, because they were forced to make a decision, you know. And it just only got worse and worse and worse and worse. Fast forward, you know, we are, you know, waking up in a land in captivity, you know, knowing that everything that's happening is an illusion. We're figuring it out. We're calling on the Most High. We want to be free. We don't want this illusion anymore. We just want our law, statutes, and commandments. We just want to live righteous. We're tired of the oppressors and the oppressions. And how many people are reading this word and they're not even reading in spirit and in truth? They just want to get out there and open these churches to demolish and abolish the truth. And you know what? That's why everything in this world stopped right now, because this word is going forth in spirit and in truth. And they still, in Africa right now, as we speak, have the audacity to be forming some kind of type of religion pack. One word currency, one word religion, one word, you know, the madness. And they still doing that. Although everything was closed. You got the pastors in Nigeria, the most stupidest, hideous folks in the whole wide world. I mean, it saddens my heart to see that people, and I'm telling you, they won't give up this white statue, this graven image. No, they want to go. And then you got the ones in the street that want to make it black, a black image. You know, like, you know, everything that's supposed to be preached in spirit and in truth can't even get to that level because they out there in the street misleading the truth, and some new religion forming that is going nowhere fast, by the way, because people are really, really, really being led to the, by the Holy Spirit. Okay. I'm telling you, it's all about a seed. The seed that lives among the beasts in the field. The beasts of the field. The seed that is going through the most bloodshed, the most traumatizing, the most Holocaust, the most everything. But everyone else has to suffer as a whole. As a whole. And we do have our shares of suffering, though. Like, don't get it twisted, man. Because they make that clear. They make that very clear. So all that shit about, yes, the community is segregated. The people are segregated by language and by race and, by different shades. It's pretty much where we at with it. But if you go and you look at it, I'm telling you, everything came from, and it's always been about, like, can you imagine the serpent is chasing the woman and her womb, her matrix? Because can you imagine if you put all these colors together, what do you get? You get the mother that the darker you are, the more precious you are, the more melanin you have, that's the more power. You're the mother of gold, you're the mother of earth, you're the mother of all seed, you're the mother of it all. And the serpents, see, they don't have that spirit. The serpents don't have that spirit, so they chase it, they destroy it. That's what this is all about. Them chasing the spirit to destroy it because they don't have one. They know this. They in love with being baptized and drafted in, and they know that they're a foolish nation. And if people will read the book, you will read that. It's funny because when I'm reading and I'm seeing the things that I'm saying, what book are you reading? The same book that the same book that's probably right there on your counter or your cabinet catching dust. But you gotta read without a hidden agenda. You gotta read in spirit and in truth. And according to your thy works, the more thy works you put in, and this truth ain't for everybody. Period. But some people go crazy over it. And then some people just know how to handle it, like be a watchman on the wall. And just see how stuff is, how everything is playing out, and just sounding the alarm. Pretty much what all we can do is what we better be doing, because that's what the word said. Don't go left, don't go right, go straight. It's crazy out here, and you I'm telling you, the gatekeepers, the obstacles, the zombies. Life is a game. You're the character. You have to, like, dodge all these, creatures, creeps, beasts of the field, pagans, religions. It's like you've been sent, in to get the job done. Like, I don't know who you are. I don't know who your character is, but and you know who you are by your fruits. That's the key right there. By the fruits. And because people been trained to believe fruits are a different way, they got that twisted. They got everything twisted. So the knots and all of this, man, it's not only layers of skin, it's knots. It's unraveling knots that done got crusty and old. But it's happening. It's happening because by the power of the Most High Yah, everything shall be revealed. Everything shall be revealed. Everything shall come to light. Okay? Everything shall come to light. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. And there's another way to even say that. No one lights a lamp and covers it with a jar or puts it under a bed. Instead, he sets it on a stand, so those who enter can see the light. For there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing concealed that will not be known and illuminated. Pay attention, therefore, to know. Therefore, to how you listen. Pay attention, therefore, to how you listen. To how you listen. Not only who you listening to, but how you listening. Whoever has will be given more, but whoever does not have, even what he thinks he has, will be taken away from him. You know? Treasury of Scripture. For there is nothing in secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Now there's power in that. Luke 12:23. Ecclesiastes 12:14. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Matthew 10:26. Fear them not, therefore there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. So, in this form, do not fear mankind. Don't fear mankind. Because they are being exposed. In other words, let me tell you something. Do not take that chip. Do not take that tip. Do not follow them on Facebook. Do not follow them on YouTube. Just watch your enemy. Don't follow them. Watch them. You do not have to follow them. All you have to do is watch them. Watch them. Watch them. Don't hear what they say. Watch what they do. And the stupid shit that they say, go and look it up. Period. Because there's, I'm telling you, there's a subliminal and a hint in everything that they say and do. But it's totally up to you to be diligent, vigilant, on point, in motion, focused, not sidetracked, not living in a delusion, not living in a bubble. You know, very down to earth, very in tune with your surroundings, not only locally but abroad. You know, it's what we need to be peeping. You know, your enemies, you're surrounded by enemies, and they look like you. That's why fruits is very important to know. The fruits. Righteousness is hard to be, but it's just the way it is. It speaks for itself. You know. So double-minded people are dangerous. People to and fro people are dangerous. Folks that don't have your best interests are dangerous. And folks that don't really have no, just look at them, look at their lifestyle. Like, just know. I'll give you a great illustration. Black Lives Matter versus transgenders matter. You know, the hideous shit. But guess who hijacked it all? You know, the enemy. Like always, you know. And the enemy, that's a great way, because don't get it twisted. The last colonization was the LGBT community. Okay? That was the last colonization that they have completed. And that is officially abomination, desolation. When you seen abomination, that's when you should have known that this is it. Now they want to colonize Mars. Hello. So, you know, their biggest fear is to see a star drop from the sky. Okay? When they see the stars and the fire drop from the sky, then they know time is up. You know. They don't even have an hour anymore. They don't have an hour anymore. They had an hour. Now they taking their asses up to the Valley of Josaphat. Period. Bye. Take your asses up to the Valley of Josaphat. You, your SpaceX, your CERN, your Tesla, whatever you think you got, take your ass on to the Valley of Josaphat. And take it fast. Hurry the hell on up. And for all y'all out there thinking like, oh, what would this world be like, you know, without cops? What would this world be like without white people? Because they are the police officers. They are the judges. They are the Freemasonry doctors, the Freemasonry lawyers, the fucking Bill Gates, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Trumps, the fuckeries, the devils, the beasts of the field, the serpent, these fucking pastor pork chops, these Greek pastors, these Romanian pastors, these fucking devils. Paganistic ass shit they always got fucking going on. And black people, like, how the fuck are you tired? You so tired of everything about slavery, but you're not tired of fucking Christianity. Wait, Christianity is the top fucking number one fucking mind enslaver. Be a fucking slave by free choice is what they cheat your ass. Be a slave, free will, it's your religion. Hold on to it, that's your fucking aim. You officially die for yourself when you become alive for a motherfucking white man on a cross, and that's your ending. Get the fuck on. That's why y'all about to head to the motherfucking slaughterhouse. And you could thank Buhari and his passion from Nigeria, these stupid, dumbed down motherfuckers making one world religion, new world order fucking decisions, and everybody's over here in chaos and mayhem. And these motherfuckers is they doing it with the black community, maybe not in America, but they get the shit done. That's why y'all motherfuckers need to wake the fuck up. Global war right now. It's way past Psalms 83. What they been fucking warring? Because Psalms 83 already told that. Psalms 83 already said that they have confederated against Israel to make Israel a nation no more. Now they want to turn Israel into transhumanism so they don't receive their gamma, their fire. Period. So this is basically the ending of all that. They as knowledge increased, we should already be knowing this in a certain way. So everything that you see that's going on, like yes, we need to take the word back and start re-preaching it in spirit and in truth. That is the only way out. Keeping our laws, statutes, and commandments. And it's a chessboard for them. Don't get it twisted. You just focus on what you need to do for the Most High, that your ancestors been messing up in. But when you get that right, and when you start, first of all, when you denounce religion, that's step one. First, repent and denounce religion, and reverse, and preach in spirit and in truth. That's the 400 year curse. After 400 years, you got Bahari and these fucking Pastor Porkchops getting ready to reset another era, and it will be another 400 years later without fucking 12th generation, okay, talking about this day, because they getting ready to reset that shit, but not even, maybe because this is the ending, because after here, this is the last era that they will even have the audacity to set, as they call it, transhumanism, and they want to mark you and chip you with the beast, and these stupid motherfucking African fucking leaders, I can't stand them. I cannot stand them. These pastor fucking idiots from hella over there, giving the impression that they can do whatever they want to do to all black people around the world. It does not go like that. But that's another video for another day, as I put some notes together, because truth be told, and not that I don't have a little sketch here, because I really do. As a matter of fact, what the fuck is it? Let me see here. Like, I'm always on point with my notes. Talk about where you get that from, where you get your news from. That's all people can say. Where do you get your news from? Like, what world do you live in? You know? Oh, they doing the damn thing.
Together. It wouldn't be the Christ of the Bible, Yeshua HaMashiach, that they would worship. It will be a different Christ. May you not be one of those who will follow man to hell and miss heaven. I would follow God.
Obviously, guys, the coming of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is right at the corner. Hey, the stage has been set, all set for the Antichrist.
Welcome to What Matters with Splendiva.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing great today. So something very, very significant, in fact historically significant, just happened. A few days ago I stumbled on a video that I sincerely believe should be trending out of control right now. But for some strange reason, this video isn't trending. I mean, it's either our people or Christians don't understand what is in the video, or maybe they're too shocked to actually share what is in that video. So in this video, I actually saw Pastor E.A. Adeboye of the Redeemed Christian Church of God openly alluding to the fact that one of the major reasons God brought him into this world is so that he can actually unite the religions of the world for the sake of world peace. The same thing that Pope Francis has been pursuing, and we called it one world religion. That's exactly what Pastor Adeboye has openly admitted on camera.
I have a rough idea what God sent me to this world to do, and I have not even started. We're just beginning to scratch the surface. Yes, he wants me to be an instrument in his hand that will bring the representative of God to every nation in the world. He wants me to work so hard that by his grace there will be in every family in the world at least a member of the representative of God. But I believe that that's just a small part of my assignment. I believe a bigger part of the assignment is beginning to surface. And That's why you can see here today several people of different faith gathering together. Because I believe God wants to use me to bring together religious leaders who will ultimately bring peace to this world. It is clear that politicians have failed to solve the problems of conflicts and violence all over the world. You kill a terrorist today, a dozen others are rising up to take his place. I believe that if we are going to have peace in this world, we're going to need religious leaders to come together.
Here's a simple passive income business that allows.
And as you can see, this is your future. From the stupid, uninformed, uneducated, or no, maliciously, because that's what they've been doing for years. They have so much to do with the Confederation in that verse. That's why it's very important we understand that this is two tribes going on. You have the southern tribe, and you have the northern tribe. And as much as we want to believe, you know, this is all only African, no, this is Native American. Okay? Native American Indians, if you will. And you were black, very dark, copper, a whole nother color. Different. Very different. That's what we're dealing with. I was even looking at my grandma's grandma, and I said, ain't nobody like this in Africa, like this copper color. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe I should get the picture so y'all get a great illustration of what I'm talking about. 1 second. So, I'm looking for it. And you know, at the end of the day, like, it still doesn't add up, you know. It just does not add up. But I know what is starting to add up. How the illusion of them bringing their all Africans over here is really coming to a light. You know. Way before Christopher Columbus had came here, there were indigenous people already here. There was indigenous people already here. But of course, they liars. That's their biggest nightmare. Us rising up, realizing they stole this land and we would steal it. We wouldn't even steal it. We would take it back. They know they German Nazis. They know they came over here. They know their ancestors ain't from here. They know the ancestors from the Caucasus Mountain of Russia, Khazarian mobs, Ludovic Jabbar, K. Jarvie, and Mobsters, and all the motherfuckers. You know what I mean? But I am looking for my grandma's picture. And I think that, honestly, it's not a game. It really isn't. And I'm looking for it, and I can't find it. But I do have it in here. And it's a different, and you could tell it's a different type of tribe. I'm going to find this shit right now to watch. If I don't, but I am. But in the meantime, wait, yeah. Let me see something here. It should be somewhere coming up right here, in here. Right in here, in here. in here. Like this lady said, what's her name? I saved 1,000 slaves. I could have saved more if they'd knew they were slaves. That's how we act. We act like we not motherfucking slaves in America. And that's a big problem for us. Because we sit here acting like we fucking free, like we this, we that. We feed this beast with the illusion. You feel me? Like, it is what it is. And I don't know if folks quite overstand this shit, but truth of the matter is, you know, these motherfuckers, they this is dumb all day. Look, this is dumb. This is dumb all day. Calling the motherfucking police on you, boo. Who the fuck is this? I don't know. Just fucking Karen. Karen. Calling the police. Karen is always calling the fucking police. For what? Why, Karen? Karen. Why are you calling the policia, Karen? That's what the fuck we always dealing with. You know? And they just can't help it. That's just, they're naturally evil. It's in their fucking genes. See what I'm saying? It's in their genes to be like that. And I gotta find my grandmother's picture. But I'll do a whole nother video on that. So stay tuned. Because I've been looking for ancestors that look just like that for a long time. Like, I'm still trying to put the puzzle together. You know. But, you know, truth of the matter is that they've been watered down. They watering down this shit so much for so long. Oh my goodness, to the point where the Most High Yah's spirit may not strive with mankind forever. Because they have taken they have taken wives for themselves, and not only that, you got these brothers out here that they just don't get it. You know, I think that it's cool to mix, you know. I think that their enemy is to be loved and played with and tickled and goo gaga. And I think it's okay to worship their white God. So with that being said, honey, I'll tell you what.
Don't fall for this. The Democrats done came out with a, we've got a solution. We're not falling for that. Nope, we're not doing it. Not this time. Y'all said that same shit back in 2015 after Senator Pinckney got killed down in Charleston at the Emanuel 9 shooting. Y'all said that same shit back in 2016 after we had the my man's name, Romaine Brisbane shooting. Y'all said that same shit after Sandra Bland. Y'all say that same shit every time. And then you roll out some bill that gets stuck in the House, and the Republicans is already saying, we're not approving that bullshit. That is buying time. Y'all not pacifying us this time. Ain't nobody buying that bullshit this time. We are not doing that. Y'all need to shut the police down, shut them down. Look, I don't give a fuck if you bring in the National Guard, let them be the police for a minute, but these monkey motherfuckers you got out here right now, this monkey shit they doing right here, see y'all, let me tell you something, the black race, if I can speak for my brothers and sisters, the black race is at the point where we past wanting to bust a cap in your ass. We're past that point, okay? But what we're trying to do, we're very loving and compassionate people. We can't help it. We're made that way. We don't want to be compassionate. We don't want to be forgiving. We want to act a goddamn fool, but we're not going to do that because it's in our nature. Since we're children of the Most High, his last word was love your fellow man. So we trying to love you, mother. But y'all, this is like, y'all taking unconditional love to a whole nother level. Whole nother level. Then the police is out of control. And on top of that, I can say this with all surety. I'm an ex-soldier. I know how we thought about civilians, especially with all the superior firepower we had, all the superior gear we had. We weren't threatened by nobody. The police ain't getting no love. The police have taken on that same attitude toward y'all. They're not treating y'all like they did to serve and protect y'all. They're treating y'all like y'all enemy combatants and they're occupying force. Yet now that all of a sudden you want to start acting like a responding occupying force, they got a problem with that. We 50 shades of black. That's facts. That's over your feelings. That's my word for this night. I wanted to bring that to your attention. I wanted to talk to the folks in Chicago. Y'all stop that. That's your family. Okay? Y'all got a common enemy. We all have a common enemy. And the common enemy is not the police. The police is just the Praetorian Guard of a bigger problem. You see, we got a little too close to the core. And when you get too close to the core, it hurts. You see, don't nobody care about y'all bringing back some pieces of what the Black Panthers did. If you want to institute the free breakfast for children program, you want to address food injustice, the community health clinic for the education and treatment of diseases, and, sickle cell, anemia, tuberculosis, HIV, all that. You want to do all of that, they ain't got no problem with that. But the moment we say we want to police ourselves, the moment we say, nah, we got this, see, they don't want you to police yourself. They want to do that. But what y'all don't understand, that's not working. That's not working, okay? And on top of that, y'all got the clown squad and got up in there, and all the KKK done got up in there, and all these motherfuckers that they ain't got the backbone to say nothing to you in they regular, so they gonna go get behind a badge and then try to hide. No, that shit is over. Over. Now, before I go, now that I went to 100 real quick, let me come back to earth. Somebody did ask me, from the last teaching, if I would go back into the book of precepts and morals. And I have explained this to several people who have asked me, where can I get a copy? You cannot. This is not a book that you buy. This is a book that you have to pay to have made. It costs about $10,000 to get the entire set made. It has to be produced in the language of your choice. It is produced in New Zealand, and then you have to pay to get it into the States. You got to explain what the fuck you're gonna do with it. So these particular writings I share with you, that maybe if you were one of my physical students, then maybe I would let you get near these books, but they are the ancient teachings. As a matter of fact, the book that I'm going to come out of first off, just so to give you some background. This is the Book of Morals and Precepts, formerly called the Book of Establishment, this being the third book of the great Book of the Sons of Fire, containing the teachings of the great unnamed first master and the hidden wisdom as receded in earlier times from the books of the Egyptians. Basically, these are the scrolls that they conducted our ancient society by. I wanted to start with this one line from chapter 20, which concerns wisdom. And these are our people talking to us thousands of years ago. Listen to what they said and how they had already reasoned things out. It says the first step towards being wise is to acknowledge the extent of your ignorance. I told you I can't open this book. Every line is juicy. Every line make you stop and go, you know what? He's right. The first step toward being wise is to acknowledge the extent of your ignorance. Concern yourself with the vast amount of knowledge that you lack and place no undue importance on that which you possess. I wanted to start right there because one of the things.
And I would love to elaborate around that. And the best way to fulfill that alone is to be alone, one-minded, stand firm, and collectively study. Study the righteousness versus the unrighteousness. Always, anything you learn, always make sure you always learn the opposite of it. Because what you learn is when once you learn something, you have to learn how to undo it, is what our calling is. And that's what they go by. And that's why media is very strong. Because once they slay your ass and dehumanize you and demonize you, how do you unslay that? And that is a big competition thing going on. It's a trend right now with these stupid idiots in the street. They going back and forth with the word they taking for granted. They doing the most with it, excuse me. They are just so careless. And they just nothing but psyops. Trying to control how you think, or what are you even capable of thinking. They are obstacles. They are tribulations. They are double-minded sidetrackers. They are everything. And that's why it's so important to stay to yourself and to stay focused. And instead of taking advantage on this internet in a careless way, take it and use it to your benefit in a positive way. And stay positive and always learn and always be diligent. Always be vigilant. Take it and suck it up and help save the world. You don't have to always pick up a gun and kill. The strongest thing that you can do is educate and shed light. Once something is exposed, it's out there, There's always a truth, another story, and to be like that with one another back and forth to and fro is totally pointless. Let's get in the know and let's start expanding our horizons. Let's start thinking logically. Let's take our minds back. Because the real war is for your mind. And once they can control your mind, they can lead you wherever, however, astray, if you will, in any way the arrow feels like landing, if you get my drift. They have that control over your mind because you don't have control over your own mind. It's what the war is really all about. So policing goes with the identity, like you heard. You know, they hide behind the police suits. But out of that police suit, they're not going to do, think about it, they're not going to do the same thing. They're not going to have that same energy. So it's all about energy, force, strength. The more we are together, the bigger we are, the bigger the tsunami. Think about that one. Let that ponder in your heart. One mind, one heart, one soul. And that's why I will be playing my favorite song. Stay tuned to a banging, amazing song. You know, the Spirit has brought it to me. And we will. I've been working. Hopefully, my friend, my brother, my little brother, hopefully he's on his, doing his, on his due diligence. You know. So, with that being said, I hope that this video has blessed you. Those who come through, this is a divine appointment channel. This is not just any old type of channel. So, yeah, feel blessed to stumble upon information that you can collectively take and go about your business. I do not keep traffic on this channel. I'm not trying to be famous. I'm just trying to sound the alarm. So, let me tell you, my block list is so super. It's not even funny. But shout out to those who come in peace. As I came in peace, I go in peace.
It's Supreme Kill, Soundmaker.
Please, Clarion. Tiny Macado. Yeah. Let's take it back a little. When they gave us our freedom. We thought everything would be okay. Never knew they operating the slavery. Misery and misery is what we see. Agony and pain is all we feel. In the rest, slavery is all we do. Even the Chinese trying to take over our lands, trying to steal our resources. Africa, we gon' rise up, get it thrown back. Hey. In the red, slavery is what we're doing. In general, oh yeah. If we can come together, blacks all over the world, we can conquer. With one voice, one mind, we can conquer this. With one voice, one mind, someday we'll win. It's so painful and pity how we living. Hope someday we gon' free. My brothers and sisters, let's rise up so that we can win this race. We've been working a time, but they're depriving us from our rights. This is the right time for we to get up and take what's yours and mine. They've been fooling us, dividing us, trying to turn our back to each other. Enough is enough. Let's rise up cause we are one. Yeah, yeah. In the red, slavery is what we're doing. In general, if we can come together, blacks all over the world, we can conquer. With one voice, one mind, we can conquer this. With one voice, one mind, someday we'll win. Yeah, can't do this alone. I need you, my black brothers from all over the world. We need to join our hands together and fight for our right. Oh no. Yeah. One voice, one mind, one soul, one spirit. We can get it. Time's traveling. Yeah. Tiny Macado. Thanks for the inspiration.
That I hope that I inspire in you is the development for your need, for your accumulation of wisdom. You see, like I tell young people, listen, you can know everything in the book, but you haven't lived it yet. My mother used to always say, you got to go where I've already been. And I never understood that until I began to grow and go through things and start losing people and have, marriages, divorces and children. You go through all of these things and you learn, but you also start to learn people. And then you begin to learn spirits. And then you begin to learn the difference between the two. And then you begin to learn yourself. And then you begin to learn your spirit. And then you're moved into the position of your purpose because you have fully grown up. Wisdom is the byproduct of that. The wisdom to know, which is the book knowledge, the actual living experience, and the spiritual compass to know exactly what's going to happen. Oh, we've seen this before. We've seen that before. Interestingly enough, I also wanted to bring up something else that's in this book. While I was looking, someone asked me about, well, there's some things in that book that are in the slave master's Bible. I'm like, oh, really? I said, well, you know what? How many commandments do you know? Oh, okay. They give you 10, right? Wow. It's interesting because there is chapter 8, the fourth of the Egyptian scrolls, actually gives us 338 commandments. Not only that, it also gives crimes, policies, and everything else as commandments. Somebody went in here and picked out the top 10, and that's what they gave you. They left the rest because the rest of it is almost impossible for anybody to live up to unless you get up in the morning and float around the damn world. You ain't gonna never touch nothing. However, there are some things that I will share with you, and I'm just gonna run them down real quick. It said, these are the laws by which man will live. A man will not have intercourse with a woman child. That is the first one. Oh, I got to stop right there. Y'all talking about all this stuff that's going on with these children and all these pedophiles and the Pizzagate and all this other crazy mess. I hear adrenochrome and I done heard all of that. But think about how it hits you. When you open up the ancient text and the first thing it tells you, a man will not have intercourse with a woman child. Why did they have to write that down? It says a man will not rob another with violence or plunder or steal. You've heard that before. A man will not kill willfully. You see, they gave you an out. What happened? It was an accident. Okay, didn't mean to kill him. All right, you good. But that whole sitting back with a banana talking about, I don't like this shit. I don't like this shit at all. No, you can't be that dude. Not in this culture. A man will not cheat another or act deceitfully toward him. You ain't supposed to cheat nobody. This is our people. These are not laws they wrote. These are the laws that we wrote. A man will not utter words of blasphemy or use foul language. And think about that. I'm guilty. You guilty. We all guilty. But it's here in the book. A man will not trespass upon the privacy of another or violate the sanctity of his household. Now, y'all know some messy people that have done some things they had no business and they did it up in somebody else's house. I don't know who's that bold or that crazy. I could never get that relaxed. I'm too scared somebody gonna walk in the door and waving the fofo talking, you know, why you hit me some more? I don't want to be that dude. But it's here in the book. Why did they have to put it in the book? They keep going. It says a man will not pillage the grain land or the spoils of another man's pastures. You're not supposed to take what somebody else has already accomplished. A man will not listen in secret to the speech of others. That right there? Or we could stop right there for a minute. Y'all scheming. Talking behind my back. Yeah. It's in the book. Why would they have to put it in the book? A man will not practice degrading things. What are you doing? Well, you know, everybody's doing it. You're degrading yourself, bro. You got no standard at all. A man will not leave his household to go abroad when he has tasks that are unsolved. Why are you way over here trying to tell us how to run our business and, you know, and how we supposed to conduct it with our peoples and what's best for us and how we need to do things when your peoples need to get their shit together and stop doing what they doing and stop being so damn paranoid and stop stealing every damn thing and give us all our shit back from the museums and stop digging up our damn ancestors and give us the land back that they owe us. And how about that money they stole? Where all the goddamn gold at? Man, I could keep going. This just, wow. And it just goes on and on. But I wanted to get into the book real quick. What I probably will do, if I can find the time, is I will scan parts of the Book of Morals and Precepts and make them available for you to download. Y'all stay tuned for that. But this is all I have for you tonight. I wanted to come and talk about the 50 Shades of Grey.
And that shit goes on and on and on and on till the break of dawn, and y'all already know. It's your girl to talk with Tiny. Like, share, subscribe. Don't send nobody over here with no hidden ass agenda. You already know I will block the fuckery out of them. You hear me? Come get your knowledge and get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. Just get the fuck on. Excuse my profanity. This the foul ass language that our enemy, Mr. Smith, has given us, if you will, as he beat the shit out of Kunta Kinte. You feel? You figure, tell me. Yeah, I guess it is alright to talk Ebonics out this motherfucker, because they might want that too. They'll fuck around and steal that shit too. They want everything, but they don't want the fucking troubles. They don't want the heartaches. They don't want the nothing. That's why you see Kim Kardashian walking around here fucking trying to look like a Puerto Rican black chick or some shit, you know, with a white ass hand. Like, bitch, your hand don't match your face. And your face does not match your lifestyle. And your lifestyle is a fucking illusion. Like Vicky Dilla said, my baby love, she had me fucked up with this one. She said everybody want to come to America, the stolen land, baby. Come live the American dream and our black nightmare. Can you motherfucking believe that? That these Nazi collaborators, Ludovic Barkay, Zaria mobsters, from the Caucasus Mountains, they come over here and tell you to go back to your country. Like I said, they motherfucking came here, took your 40 acres and a mule and gave you fucking pit bulls. Period. And if you don't understand that, then I don't know what else to tell you. Y'all some crazy buffoonery, cooneries out here. Keep playing with Candace Owens. Let me tell you something about that heifer. That bitch is the wickedy witch. That she shall melt. Bitch, get the fuck on. You wickedy witch. Bitches like her running around here talking about they're gonna be raptured. Bitch, if you don't get the fuck on. You and your busted, honky ass religion. Get the fuck on. You just got straight up stupid people, you know. They just stupid. They so fucking stupid, they don't even know why they stupid. But they stupid. They blend in, they fit in wherever they fucking fit in. It didn't even matter if it's garbage. Them type of bitches, they love garbage trucks. They love fucking hunky dunkies. They love to put those fucking hunkies on pedestal and put you in the projects and in a fucking box and put their fucking point. They talk down to you, these motherfuckers. I said, get the fuck on. Sit on my kneecap, you motherfuckers. That's a whole nother video though. It's your girl to talk with Tiny. Like, share, subscribe. Share this dope ass live only if it has blessed you. You know what I'm saying? Don't go showing or sharing my shit to a bunch of hunkies. Have no hunkies run up in here. Because you know what? I will take the time to block them. Fuck that. I do not play with y'all motherfuckers out here. Other than that, one love. Stay up. Keep your head up. Like Tupac Shakur said. They got motherfucking money for wars but can't feed a damn near poor. Get the fuck on. Damn. Get the motherfucker fuck on.